In the shadow of the night, Ankh on the creep, raising up the titans, watch the fallen gods weep. From Baltimore streets to the Florida shores, Jehovah, hold and feel the wrath as it roars. No more rules, it's time to break. Killer army rise and make no mistake. All gods must die, hear the echoes cry. From the heavens to the ground, see them fall and die. All gods must die, no more alibis. Odin, Buddha, Allah, they all say goodbye. Zeus, unless you're grown, but he's losing his life. Was ready for the fight. Open your best run, we ain't here for debate. All the deities trembling, feeling the weight. Step aside, make way for the real. All gods must die. It's a done deal. It's a done deal. Hey. All gods must die. Hear the echoes cry. From the heavens to the ground, see them fall and die. All gods must die, no more alibis. All gods must die, no more alibi. They all say goodbye. All could have gone killer, now time to fly. The world's ours now, hear the last goodbye.
Black African power. What's good? What's happening? A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woo-hoo-wee, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. It's God killing the house. And I come to do what I got to do. I'm going to do what I got to do. I'm standing tall. I'm standing strong. Hey, man, y'all know what it is, man. Bobby banging this bitch. It's good, family. Man, look, man. Look, this is where we at, bro. I got to play this video from yesterday. You know I like to play the videos, man, that I jump on, right? I think they're very important. But let me say what's up, Posterius. I see you, man. Man, Benny, man, he got the green glow, man. That means he got the green flow. You know what it is. Man, Cam Boom Kaboom. What's good, man? Man, what's going on with you? The goal. What's going on with you, man? Man, I see y'all, man. Venice 2X. What it do? Man, I see the people in the building, man. Let's get them up in here. Let's go. Man, this is a very important show to me, man. Because it's like a goddamn going merry-go-round, man. It's over and over again. If y'all can hear me clearly, man, put one in the chat, man. Hits, what's going on with you, Hits? Happy New Year's, man. Appreciate you, bro, and your contribution, man. The gift that keeps goddamn on giving. Appreciate you, man. All day, every day. I see you, Detroit, man. What's good, man? What it do? So this is where we at, man. It's a goddamn going merry-go-round in the circus at times, man. And I understand it. You know, I'm just wanting to make sure the messages get out clearer. And you can't keep beating up the young individuals that come into the community. I'm playing. Psych up, bull. You sure can. I'm just finding out a better way to do it. I think a lot of times the problem be, you know, the young guns, they come with their chest out. And I'm saying, that's how young guns supposed to come, with the vigor. I get it, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's that street thing. You come with your chest out, with the, you know, with the, how they say it, with the vitriol. Is that the word I want to use? You just, I see it, man. I get it. You know, that's how I grew up, so I ain't gonna lie. You come like that. You say the BombSquad, is they good people? Yeah, man, I'm sure they good people. Of course, man. They, you know, Saw hit them with the name, the BombSquad. They signed off on it. Sosa, they signed off on it. And so I'm gonna make it official form. You know how I do it. You know, once I put the name in there and talk about it, then it's official. You know what I'm saying? I gotta step to him, Saw. Yeah, I mean, I gotta do it. But that's your creation, right? One of them signed off on it. Now I gotta do what I gotta do. Just got you. But there's always a better way to do it. What I don't understand is this. Even when I was sticking my chest out in the streets of Baltimore, on them corners, right? I understood who the killers was. That's what I'm mad at. I'm upset because they don't understand who the killers are in this thing of ours, in this intellectual gunfight. They don't know who the warriors is and fought in all the wars. From the ancient of days wars, from the wars in the Green Sahara, from the wars against the Roman Empire, the wars in North Africa, South Africa, all over the continent of Africa, World War I, World War II, streets of Baltimore. They don't know. I'm the goddamn Highlander. I've been in all the wars in this thing of ours. And I just expect you to know who a natural born killer is. I expect you to know who the pseudo killers is. We ain't trying to step on nobody's toes, though. Nah, we setting a platform so that the younger individuals, when I say young, I mean younger than me, right? Got something to stand on. Because our elders was dead by the time we came around. And I'm saying, you get to pick and choose who your elders are. You know what I'm saying, man? You do, yo. You get to pick who your elders are. And my elders was John Jackson, John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben, Hubert Harrison. It's the pillars. The four of them. John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben, John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben, Hubert Harrison, John Jackson. It's a couple of them, couple other ones. The foundation of what they was trying to bring us, watch this, the steps that they was giving us was science and science literacy. The community definitely wasn't ready for it at that time, man. It wasn't, man. But they left us something that we could stand on, meaning when we stepped on the step of academic standards and science literature, we didn't fall through. It was there for us to see. We stand on their shoulders because they have left us something, right, that we could stand on. So let's figure out what the hell is meant when a person say, man, we standing on the shoulders, yo. Because they don't seem to understand it. They think I'm trying to little boy you. It was an old man that jumped on there saying, Kof, I'm gonna get you because you the one, you the old man. When I say an old man, I don't mean in age, I mean in the way you think, yo. You like one of them dudes saying, Kofa, that actually, you know what I'm saying, couldn't make it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna give you an example. Like when we on them corners, yo, we was on them corners in Baltimore, right? And we had them joints like all the way down, right? Down the street, them little crews would pop up. The young niggas, the young dudes, they be out there running around, you know, doing their thing, right? And be an old nigga out there. He be from our generation, but he couldn't run with us because he wasn't there. His habits overtook him, right? And if And sometimes you can have a habit, but your thinking ain't overtaken, and you can still hang, right? But these particular old people will be out there getting in the way, and the only people that they could seem like they was something was to the younger niggas, and they would always big up the younger niggas and give them bad information. So we be out there, we be saying, look, yo, at 4 o'clock, the damn knockers come out, so we going in at 3. This nigga say, oh man, yo, y'all can handle that. There ain't no big deal. They don't really know who you is. You can't. He give them bad information. So we leave at 3. The younger niggas out there running around. They stay at 4. Them niggas get locked up. We had built a foundation for the young niggas that they could stand on our shoulders. And when they was ready, you know what I'm saying, we could get out the way. They can do their thing. But it could be based off of bull crap. That's the same thing right here. Let me show you what I mean when I say standing on the shoulders. So you should be sitting in nobody's damn feet. That's how they try to sit at the feet of the elder. That's bull crap. Shouldn't be staring the elders in the eyes, mesmerized. You should be standing on their shoulders. So when I say, generally speaking, stand on your shoulders, okay? I'm saying you achieve more because you build on what earlier people already discovered, invented, or figured out. Rather than starting from scratch, young bucks. Why you trying to start from scratch? Makes no damn sense. Human knowledge is accumulative, meaning it's accumulated over time. That's why we say you pseudo, you start acting like the ancient Egyptians had some high-level technology. That's bullcrap. Progress stacks over generations, man. Right? See, it's eloquence in that statement, stand on the shoulders of others. Learning, all right? Learning is leveraged through books, research, mentors, tools. Let you inherit hard-won insight. Look, man, the pseudo killers, man, you know, all the bros and the sisters is in the crew, man. Look, man, we got hard-won insight, man. It's just some things we done been in. I can speak for myself. 20, 25 years in this thing of ours. Man, I got hard-won insight fighting the super pseudos amongst us. Being around and hearing Malachi York promote pseudoisms with the super-duper style. This nigga was like the Michael Jordan of pseudos. I'm telling you, yo. And if you can work your way out of that way of thinking, yo, you can conquer anything I'm talking about. Credit to your predecessors, those came before you. It's a reminder that breakthroughs usually depend on prior groundwork. So we've laid prior groundwork of dealing with pseudos and pseudo sophisticates. We can hear it. That's why I already know you're a pseudo as soon as you start talking, because I've been there. I've been around it. Look, man, faster and better work. It say you reuse proven methods, avoid known mistakes, and push into new territory. Right. Y'all just want to make the same mistakes? Why? There's proven ways to defeat a pseudo. That's my point. That's what I'm saying. I ain't saying nothing else. Let me read this. Being eaten. Some of us, young folks, skip being students first. I appreciate those brothers, but they have poor methodology. There you go. Pick up the Reggie. Man, I've been in battles, man. I'm hardened. Let's get to the video, man. I appreciate the brothers too, but I don't appreciate the old man that came in there with the bull crap. That's who I don't. The one without the heart, the fake Pan-African, the fake guy probably in Jabari Temple. That's who I'm really not appreciating, because he helped propping up that nonsense. Instead of being realistic with the brothers, he give them a whole lot of bam, 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 boom, and he turned his guns on me. I'm like, whoa. So I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and listen to the video for a while. I want to start at this point right here, and I'm gonna dive back in and get it to the point where I'm gonna let it ride through. All right. Because this is where we at. Big up the Sarnetta TV, man. You know I'm always over there. Appreciate that. Y'all know it. So let me put this in the chamber. Click, click. Let's let this thing run for a second. Just for a second. All right, here we go. For the one of y'all can hear it.
Highlight it as you read it.
We right here.
Okay, go ahead.
Cannot convincingly be interpreted as an abbreviation for Yahweh. Point blank serious. Point blank simple. I want a primary text that mentions Yahweh. Now I want y'all to hear something really quickly, because this is funny. I lost a debate, but Asar agreed with me. Listen to this. I want everyone to listen to this.
Since Yahweh and El were originally
y'all hear the audio, right?
Yeah, we can hear it.
This is from the debate of Asar versus Kasai, El versus Yahweh on Sinetter's platform. Listen to this dumb stuff.
deities, the question is raised about where Yahweh originated. Yahweh himself does not appear to have been a Canaanite god in origin. Remember, I just had to show you. You like, where's the El-Cap? Where's the Akkadian? No, duh. You wasn't in Israel. You was in Syria. Didn't nobody read them books? They didn't want them. Yahweh himself does not appear to have been a Canaanite god in origin. For example, he does not appear in the Ugaritic pantheon list. How?
Bro, what is your own Kemetic scholars who y'all try to say beat me when he is admitting that I'm correct? What is we talking about here?
All right, time, brother. I gave you 5 minutes. Let me bring in
what he's done.
See,
you remind me.
No, you could hold up. What you say, Kasar?
I just want to finish statement. I'm
Go ahead.
Con, we are sitting here playing with these people facing scholarship. It's time that we elevate this platform. We're not playing the show pictures and try to make our own. We are literally showing sources, primary documentation. Stop sleeping on people because they're Israelites and they believe in the Bible when we're showing sources. I want to see, if no one is showing a primary source, then don't respond to me. If you're not showing a primary source with a scholar, do not talk to me. Thank you.
Y'all heard the young Hebrew, right? Where y'all think he got that from? 20 years, 25 years ago, bro. You wasn't hearing the Hebrew say none of that. You just wasn't. That's what we ushered in. Regardless of your religion, you can have academic literacy on the subject, yo. Simple as that. No matter what you believe or how you believe, right? There's a field of study in your religion that will show and prove not whether the Jesus Christ God could walk on water, but we're talking about a scientific academic standard there. So we say the community is in a more healthier place. They're healthier than they was starting out, right? Because the older cast was just reading the Bible. Read! Now you see them young brothers talking about primaries. You hear people like Reggie talk about primaries. Dudes like Sosa talk about primaries. You know what I'm saying? NBK talk about primaries. Remember the Armor Squad, we always talk about primaries. Serial killers go directly to the scientific articles, the primary research. That shit doesn't just come around. And let me stop for a minute, man, and let's deal with one of these old niggas called Pan-African. He's the old nigga, see? He the old nigga that's on the corner. They couldn't run with the big dogs. But he prey on the young and give them bad information. That's you. Stand up for you people, Pan-African Designs. Stand up. Anyway, yeah, we super petty tonight. So the fact that this young brother ain't just saying read, but using academics, yo, that comes from the work. Y'all didn't know that? Yeah, you can literally go back 10 years, 5 years, nobody was saying that, but those that was promoting science. Because I was beating them up with the scholarship, remember? Because I'm the dog killer, you know me. And that's what I did. I used academic and archaeology to beat them up. They ain't know about Finkelstein and all that. Right. Okay. So that's better. But now, when he brings a scholarship, then, right, Hebrews, and then you get the people from Ashe with Sia, right? I like the way his name is, with Sia. I like that. Like that. I'm gonna give you that. Now it's a tug of war now. All right, it's a tug of war because now they got scholarship to deal with. This is where the rubber meets the road. So let's keep it going. Here we go. Let's see. Now they all fight with scholarship now. Well, we're in a better spot now, ain't we? Yes, we are. Here we go.
All right, go ahead, I say.
So he remind me. No,
I'm at the, I say.
No, yeah, no problem. Now you remind me of this dude. We used to know, man. We used to call him. We call him Foots, and Foots used to box nothing. So what you just did was you just put together that whole hate speech towards my presentation for nothing. Now, when you play this back, there's not one slide that I ever said, and I mean ever, goofy. This is why I was laughing at you, because you just be making claims and stuff, but you don't listen that hard, and that's the problem with you. You got too much hate in your heart, Israelite. You won't get to Yahuwah like that. What happened was, when the question was, is Yahuwah a son of El? I didn't say anything. I was going to speak, and Sa said, yeah, man. And then the conversation continued from there. I never made the claim, not in my presentation, and not on this entire live stream, that Yahuwah is a child of El or even belongs in the Ugarit. What are you talking about, bro? Did you forget that he just dropped bombs because I literally just said that your God was a desert dwelling God, most likely dealing with the Midianites and the Edomites to be exact? Had that in my slides, bro. What are you watching? Stop. What? See, that's the thing, Sa. These cats, I gave you a 60 slide presentation, bro. And this is what you come with? Goofiness, clownness. This is not making yourself look good. That's what I'm saying, brother.
All right. I mean, that's how hyperbole he doing his thing, calm and goofy. That's how he do it. That he in this age bracket, you could do that. Right? But I'm going to let you know, if you got a presentation and you got 60, 70 slides, you're a damn pseudo. You don't know what the hell you talk about. I'm going to say it again, just for the record, because this is what the standard is now. If you got 60, 70, 50, 40 slides and your presentation, you don't know the material. You're doing too much. See, that's where we at now, right? That's where we at, right? We doing little words as possible. We teaching right now, see? See, we ain't being goofy. We ain't cutting nobody down. I swear we not. We just saying, right, when we watch the experts do it, we want to mimic them. Right? When we talking to college students, you can't have 1,000 words on your slides. You can't have 50 million slides. That damn Kick Door Low funny as hell. I gotta stop looking at Kick Door Low. Kick Low said he got on black lipstick. He's scamming. Can't mess with Kick Door Low, the pseudo killer tonight. I can't do it. Can I do this tonight with my man Kent? Yo, pseudo killer Fisher pick up the game. He said he got on black lipstick. Oh man, okay. Right. So you say, well, whose side you on, man? I'm on the side of scholarship because, as I'm proud of the young brothers, starting to bring scholarship toward on both sides, yo. But for me, the level would be not to believe none of that shit. See, that's the level for me. So, you got great thinkers that was religious and all that, but I'm just telling you, and when they reached the part where they couldn't figure it out, they would always slide God in there, right? The God of the gap, and they'll talk about it. When you get the great thinkers and really, you say, well, Einstein didn't have y'all God, ladies and gentlemen. I hate to say it, he made up a God, yo. Listen to it. He wasn't even talking about the God y'all was talking about, yo. Made that shit up. Anyway, let's keep moving. No shade on the young brothers until he got slick out his mouth and called me a damn goofy. Well, maybe he was. You know what? I'm gonna say when y'all hear the video finish playing through, right? He gonna call somebody. We couldn't have been talking about me, but he was because the nigga said it on the other show. So don't think this is the first time me and the bro and the Hessman. Actually, he been gunning for me. Yeah, I mean, I just kind of ignored him. I just felt like interacting with him a little bit this time. Let's keep going though, man. Right. And if y'all want to see that presentation, go on saw another thing. And he got about 70 slides. Yo, go watch that. 70 slides worth. Go watch it. 70 slides worth.
I never, and I mean ever, let me read it because I wrote it down in the chat. I never said Yahweh was in the Ugarit. I never said, I never, within my slides, said that the Ugarit text itself calls El Elyon. That was the title of my slide, Struggle for the Elyon. Goofy. There's nowhere where I say, yeah, the Ugarit say they called El the Elyon. No, if you read the slides and if you go back and if you watch the presentation and just be sincere for a while, you will literally see how El was described. I had a whole
all the name calling, man.
You can wait. You got worked out. Now, okay, cool bean. Now, once again, when I went into who was El, 2 slides I believe was dedicated to El. Never wanted to say this is the Elyon. No, but this is the equivalent of the Elyon. What is the Elyon, guys? The Most High. Who was El in the Baal cycle, in the Ugarit, in the primary, like you want, before Baal defeated Yah? The Father God, the one calling the councils, was El. And then you ask the question, where in any text does it call El the Elyon? In your Bible. Maybe you should look in the mirror. You looking around for the Ugarit, you looking around for the Mesopotamian. Bro, go in your bathroom and look in the mirror and open your text and you'll be like, oh, it's us calling El Elyon. That's the primary text that's actually sent. It's you doing it. I ain't got to be long-winded because he just did a lot for a little. Next person.
Appreciate that. So I'm gonna just clear this up real quick. So to the brother Kassad, right? So you're very technical. So while it does not mention El as the Elyon, it mentions him as the Lamed Yad, right? The high one, right? So you're correct when it says that the word Elyon is not used in regards to El. Lamed Yad is high one, not most high, right? But when we look at the role of El in the actual Baal cycle, El is the patriarch in the cycle. You say you've read it, right? So it says, I'm reading it right here. So it says, El is the one who ultimately grants Baal permission to build his palace and confirms his kingship. It says that reflects El's status as a supreme authority over the pantheon, even if Baal holds the title of Elyon. So I think that just clears that up. Also, now I'm jumping back to the shared culture and the cultural continuum that I see instead of the plagiarism, right? So when we look at Ugarit, Amorite, Hebrew, Edomite, they're all Northwest Semitic languages. Same linguistics, same cognates, meaning the words mean the same in each language. Aleph Lamed, it's the same in the Hebrew, it's the same in every language. All of them, it's written the same. Even if you look at the way they write their poetry, right? We can say that the way that the entire Levant writes their poetry is the same, right? So we can even, I'll ask the brother this. So when we talk about the Dead Sea Scrolls and Deuteronomy 32 verse 8, where we see Yahweh infused or inserted into that pantheon as one of the sons of El, will you say, I'm saying that the Dead Sea Scrolls is continuing in the tradition of the Ugaritic text by doing so, not so much plagiarism, because we don't. So this is the thing: in the Ugaritic text, we do not see Yahweh as one of the sons of El. we see that that El portions his gifts to 70 the 70 gods, they're individual people. But we see in the Dead Sea Scrolls that somebody has inserted Yahweh as one of those children. So are you saying, well, I'm saying that that's just a continuation of tradition that's already known in the land in the form of a poem, because we see it's actually called the Song of Moses, right? So in the ball cycle is a poem. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, I would say that he was cooking on some of them points, though, man. Some of them points he was cooking on El and all that, and how it's actually used in the actual tradition. So, like, for example, you know, we used to say, yo, they plagiarized it. They stole it from the Canaanites, when in actuality, they are Canaanites. They speak in the same language, right? They're from Western Asia. They speak in the same thing. They Semitic peoples. And so their word for God is El. It'd be like right now when your mother and them say they believe in God, right? You take it back to the origin word, it's a dramatic word, good God, right? But you would never say that your mother and them was praying to the German deities, because it was first applied to the German deities. It's just a word that they're using for God. So amongst the Semitic people, they use that word El, right? Okay? But it don't mean that you're a Canaanite. It just means you understand. It just means that their language is similar. They speak in a Canaanite dialect, like Proto-Sinaitic, Canaanite script, all the way to the Hebrew. It all come out the Canaanite thing, right? But the Israelites have a unique tradition unto themselves, although they still come out of that clan, that tribe. So when they use an El, it's not that they stealing it, it's in their language and they're using it. So I'm saying you can have one language, right, with different tribes to speak that language that will use those words for God, and it don't mean that they Canaanite. Don't mean that. Don't mean that they going with the old Canaanite traditions. Don't mean that. Because you can come up with new traditions using the same words. You can develop a new culture. So we know that the Israelites broke away from the Canaanites, and they did it with their food. They did it with their food. What I mean? Meaning you don't find a lot of pig bones amongst the Israelites. So you can see they was trying to separate themselves from those old other Canaanite tribes and form a new tradition. That don't mean they stealing it. That's not how the experts say that. Okay, that's where that's at. But we all start off with saying them niggas plagiarizing, right? So when people come, so I'm thinking niggas is kicking the presentation. I like the fact that I can see the source, but when I come up there, yo, it don't mean I was hating or man, I'm an old nigga messing up. I'm saying niggas stand on my shoulders, yo. I got you, shorty. I ain't grandstanding until niggas get stuck at the tongue with me. But I ain't in there yet. But I'm gonna give King J that. King J, you do some pseudo shit. But at least you can fight with King J. He'll go look some shit up and he'll come to a damn agreement, yo. I'm gonna give King J that. At least I know he read. At least I know he can change his mind. And vice versa. We can change our mind. Somebody give us something different. That's why I like King J. He'll say something wild, but you can work it out with him. You can't. I've done it before. He was all on the crazy ass, stinky inky. I was like, come on, yo. Anyway, let's get back to it.
Over here.
I want to first say, can we get the brother Humble Mystic out the back chat? That's my brother. That's my brother from my debate league. But I did want to say, like, I understand your point of view, brother, and I'm not going to sit up here and wrestle with you because that is a highly debated topic in itself. But what we see is even if they borrowing it, right? How you go borrow my clothes, take pictures in my clothes and all of this stuff, and then not even let everybody know it's my clothes? Like I get within a 50 slide presentation, we hung up on the word plagiarism. I understand that. But I gave a further definition of what I was about to do within my presentation. and I think I did everything far as what I came to do. The Bible does it reference the Baal cycle? No. Does it, wait, one second, I'm not done. Does it reference the Baal cycle? No. Does it reference El as once the high God and the Father God? No, not the way that it should. If it did, we wouldn't have guys like Kazak up here saying it doesn't, right? Does it give the veneration and proper veneration to these other deities that were chief deities beforehand? No, it doesn't. Actually, it demonizes them. Actually, it tells you to shy away from them. So it's not shared culture when it's telling you to do the complete opposite. Why it's doing what these other cultures doing. And if you see, so say if I had no information of the Enuma Elish, after Hasid, of the Gilgamesh, Eridu Genesis, I was just reading the Torah for what it was. I would believe this is exclusive. I would believe God dropped this off. Yeah, it's got to be God work. But then once I open it up, see, I can accept the fact, and that's what I'm bringing forth, brother, that it's a pan-Semitic theme that we see being repeated. But they don't want to give it that. They don't want to attribute it to that, King J. They want to say Hebrew was the language of creation. They want to say Adam was the first man. They don't want to give the attribution of the ancestral and the chronology of the Semitic culture itself. They don't want to give that out. They don't even get into that. Most of these guys don't even study Semitic language as a whole.
Because I think the brother gave a great example earlier, right?
King J, once you pass the mic, you done. I got to go on the round. I got to go around. Easy Bands, let's go.
No. So I'm next.
No, Easy Band ain't speak yet, brother. Easy Band ain't speak yet.
I was after King J.
What I just say, brother? Easy.
Now watch Easy Bands come in. You can tell he a little more cultured in the conversation. He a little more polished. Now I barely agree with Easy Bands. I was over there arguing Easy Bands on on Garfield. But in this right here, you can tell he's done his study on his due diligence, Ashay, I think, made some great points when he just spoke a couple minutes ago. All right, so I watched his whole presentation. All right, I thought right there he made some good points, but that's not my issue with him. Y'all gonna see my issue with him in a minute. But Easy Bands, he kind of cleaned it all up. Easy Bands ain't hating. Easy Bands ain't doing none of that. He just schooling the young brothers. He's schooling them. You can tell. Although Easy Bands is a damn black atheist, though. Yeah. Here we go. Let's get it right.
Easy Band didn't speak yet, bro.
All right, come on.
Peace and blessings to the panel. Salute, self.
Have a little discipline, Elder.
I'm having pretty.
Go ahead, King. Go ahead, Easy Band.
Respects. Appreciate you for bringing me up. Salute to the panel. I say I respect the presentation. I don't agree with it, but I respect you coming up and doing your thing. Just like anybody that throws some gloves on or gets in a cage or a ring, I respect that. You feel me? So, but obviously I disagree, and I'll just say one of the a few reasons why I disagree. First off, you already touched on the whole plagiarism thing, right? So you basically explained to the people that you're not really saying that it's a plagiarism, but you gave your context around that. So plagiarism really doesn't work in this context. On top of that, I just want to say I know a lot of people also spoke on the cultural aspect. That's a big thing because people are mixing up plagiarism versus cultural proximity. So the thing is that when people come from a certain culture, they're going to try to use the same ideas, the same thought process. They're going to use the same language to explain their thoughts and explain what's going on around them. And that's why you see some of these, similarities in the languages being used, the titles, etc. That's what's going on there. When it comes to the verse, I think it's what is it, Genesis, where it's basically talking about, or it's Deuteronomy, where it's talking about Yahweh was given an apportionment of people that he rules over. I want to just I don't know if Saw can share my screen. I want to show you guys a verse from Genesis 14. Now, the verse that I'm going to show you, I know that Deuteronomy.
All right, this ain't Bible study around this motherfucker. I ain't gonna go through all that. I'm gonna move it forward now. All right, moving forward to the old nut come in here. Right, he been trying to raise his hand with the fake technique where you put your fucking hand up in the middle of somebody talking. He been doing that the whole time. He's a real pseudo. Hold on. I'm gonna bring him in. You don't know what the hell he's talking about. He talking crazy. Let me find it. Hold on. God damn it. Goodness gracious. All righty. I'm gonna go to the minute. Not 2:30. Yeah. Hold on. Let me get here. Let me see. Nope. No. All right, I want to get through. Let me go through. Let me show y'all who the young niggas is. I ain't even really say young men. Younger. Yeah, I mean, they probably in their 30s, 25, 30s. You know what I mean? That's at the age when you start really getting to the knowledge and shit. All right. Let's see.
Know that. We all kind of know that already, bro. Right? We know.
I'm talking about Sankofa up in that right-hand corner. He the old man in the group, yo. Yeah, he the straight black alga's nut. Yeah. He the one don't need to be on here, yo. He bring the division, yo.
Know that. But the part is they're not addressing, nobody addressed what I said. I asked you about Genesis 1. Don't take me to Judges. Don't take me to Deuteronomy. If I'm talking about Genesis 1 and who creates heaven and earth according to the text, why are you taking me to Deuteronomy?
Right.
Genesis is before Deuteronomy. I'm taking you to A. I'm dealing with A. I'm not dealing with M, L. I'm not going down the line. I'm dealing with A.
All right. God Energy, what's up, man?
Peace, y'all. I want to say good job to my brother Shay.
Okay, so here go God Energy. Now, God Energy recognized a dedicated pseudo killer. You can see, you can smell it. Smell it. He had a better approach with dealing with a person that he understood to be a killer in this thing of ours. Now, I ain't saying you got to respect the nigga because you don't. You just can't disrespect him. I might not be one of the older dudes that he wanted to look up to. Might not be that. But you don't got to look up to a person and make him your elder. You don't. But you're going to have to find somebody that's laying down that foundation of science and science literacy if you think you're going to be operating at the level or have a meaningful understanding of what the level is and what it's not. But I like his approach. They have deemed him one of the bomb squad. Dark-skinned guy with the black lipstick, Shay. Yeah, I'm throwing my shots back, right? And the brother right here. So let's say him put it down, yo.
Proud of you, bro. And y'all got a problem up here because everything that Ashe said could be substantiated by the genetic evidence. When you look at the word,
I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm gonna let you continue. What I like about Ashe is he bringing on the young people, and that's what we need, man. We need these young boys to get up in here. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, Ashe.
See, that's the problem. And big up to the super official pseudo killer Juju. Big up to you, Ju. Listen, this community has a problem with making the fatal mistake in thinking that just because you're young, that means something in this thing of ours. Young means something if you're running track against somebody that's 50 years old. Young means something if you're going to get somebody 50 years old and you out there on a football field with a helmet, that's when young means something. You don't have the same advantages in this thing of ours. Not unless you stand on the shoulders of somebody that been through some of the wars so you can get what they had and further it. That's the problem with this community. We think because you're young that the shit you send out your mouth is right. That's the mistake that Sarnetta made. We got the youth, we got the youth. Look, man, I talk to college students, HBCUs. That's the youth, 20 years old, 21, 22, and they third, fourth year of college. I make certain statements about biology, about evolution, and tell them, just all you gotta do is just go to one of your professors and ask them. And they go check it out. They fact check it. It ain't this long, crazy fight. We don't be fighting, ain't no disrespect at all. And it's a hell of a relationship I got with these college students. And so, although these guys might be in their 30s and 20s, right? Just because you're young, don't mean you're gonna make the right turn. Don't mean that. I surmise that if they ain't careful, they're gonna become dedicated pseudos if they ain't careful. So it's a thin line between scientific literacy and being a pseudo sophisticate. I'm not saying that's where they at. I ain't gonna say it. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it. But just know, just because you're young, don't mean you're making the right turns. Don't mean that. Don't mean it because you're young, you automatically got that knowledge and that's not. And that's a mistake we made. That's a mistake we made with the young pseudo, aka Buzz Lightyears. Young Pharaoh, aka Young Pharaoh. They cuss me out. They do tomatoes at me. Yo, you stopping the youth. That's not true. I'm not stopping the youth. I'm stopping the youth from being plumb fucking crazy. I'm stopping y'all from listening to that crazy shit, no matter how young you is. You can be a young fool just as well as an old fool. You got to stand on somebody's shoulders that was solid. If you stand on somebody's shoulders that crumble when you step up, that shit you got gonna crumble down. You got to relearn the lesson. So let's keep going, man. Here we go.
Okay, God energy.
Salute. So, like I said, everything that he said could be substantiated with primary evidence, like the work genetics, history, what's it called? History, interpreting geographical patterns of Y chromosome variation, right? You could look at the anatomist.
Now you hear this young brother God energy talking about Y chromosome. Y'all heard that, right? I want y'all to store that. He's talking about genetics and he's talking about Y chromosomes. I want y'all to put a placeholder on that because it's going to come back. And end up giving them brothers the litmus test. Let's see who actually passed it. Let us go. Let us continue.
Arthur Keith and his statements about the ethnic makeup of the early peoples in this land. So when he says it's Hamitic, that could be substantiated genetically. There's artifacts that substantiate what he's saying about the Shadu and the Shaddai correlation. And what really seems to be coming about with this research is that the Israelites are Canaanites. They didn't plagiarize from the Canaanites. When we think of Canaanites, we think of the city-states of the Canaanites. But what Israel, Edom, Ammon, Moab, and Judah, they represent Canaanite kingdoms, because after the Bronze Age collapsed, when the Hittites fell, when the Assyrians fell, when the Egyptians fell, due partly to the invasion of the Sea Peoples, they were not being oppressed by these peoples anymore. So the Canaanites went from city-states and they formed actual kingdoms. These Canaanite kingdoms you know of as Israel, Judah, Ammon, Moab, and Edom, right? So this is their native culture. And the brother is right. It's very pan-Semitic. And you can see a little bit of this Canaanite culture creeping in with the Amorites, whom Hammurabi descends from. So when you look at the lineage of Hammurabi himself, he also has Amorite Canaanite origins. So thank you for opening the door on this, because one of the biggest conspiracies in history is the hidden influence of these Canaanites. The Phoenicians are Canaanites. The Carthaginians, Hannibal, he was a Canaanite. The Hyksos are Amorite Canaanites. Hammurabi descends from Amorite Canaanites. And this very Bible itself is a Canaanite text that has been corrupted. And the consensus is, when you look back, the Israelites have a Canaanite identity. The Hebrews seem to be a Hellenistic fabrication.
All right, Sankofa, I see you, but you're gonna have to go next after this other brother, and you're after him, Sankofa, because he ain't speak yet. Humble Mystic, what's up, brother?
Blessings, sir. I just want to say again, just like Brother God Energy was saying, congratulations, brother Ashe, man. You did a great job on your presentation and whatnot. And again, you brought out a lot of great information that these Israelites are not ready to deal with, right? Just like Morpheus brought out the first verse of Genesis, who is that elf, right? Just like God Body was just saying, these are Canaanites, right? And so what we have here is a modern day people who don't even understand or have a clear grasping on the history of the lineage they're claiming to be, right? They're just making stuff up. They don't even know the Semitic language, because if they knew the Semitic language, right, then they would know that instead of saying, oh, well, all of this is before the Hebrew, then they would know that, okay, well, these people spoke they spoke Phoenician Canaanite. So if they're speaking Phoenician Canaanite, then how are they not taking their ideas? This is why when you see El in the Phoenician, right, it's stemming from a deity. So they take that same idea and they put it inside of their culture. But we don't only see them do this with El. We see them do this with a lot of other deities. They do it with wisdom, right? When the Deuteronomists are trying to appease a king, right, they take out wisdom, right? And then, they take out Asherah. And then later on, they put in wisdom to replace Asherah.
All right, this the third one on the bomb squad. Now, Saul called him the bomb squad because he was dropping bombs. This is how their name gonna come to be, right? Right on this show, it crystallizes. This guy right here, he wasn't disrespectful, though. He wasn't. I can't lie, he was not disrespectful. But, now I'm going to say he wasn't disrespectful and he recognized a dedicated pseudo killer. But he felt like he could tangle a little bit, which is proper. It's proper. But he wasn't. How do I want to put this without saying like I'm hating? He knew that he might not should go too far, but he wanted to stick his toe over there. That's what he wanted to stick his toe in the water, though. He wanted to stick his toe in the water. All right. And I'm saying that's what the young guys supposed to do. All right. They supposed to stick their toe in the water. I'm gonna give him that. I ain't tripping off him. He good. I like that. I like both of them. Yo, we got a little back and forth. Right. They all failed the test, though. God Energy failed the test. Ashe Washir failed the test. God Energy failed the test. But just because they failed the test, right, don't mean that I'm knocking them out. I'm not. That means that, they gotta slow their goddamn roll a little bit and dig up some more and let's get ready to join this goddamn fight. They don't gotta join the fight with us, right? But they gotta be ready to take on that shit for real. All right. I ain't even gonna say they playing. The wild, disrespectful one is Ashe. We see he the one to stick his chest out. That's the one. Gotta chop his head off. Gotta make an example out of him, though, because he disrespectful. Sosa might could deal with him a little bit better. I can't handle that extra shit. Yeah, I'm ready to get it in. Right up the contract. I'm ready to go ahead and finish you off early in the game. But maybe that's not the right way to do it. Right? So maybe I can ignore some of that. But this guy right here, yo, he all right. I like all three of them. There's a range in there. Y'all gonna see. Here you go. Go ahead, do your thing. Humble Misty.
How do we know this? Because they're both represented by a tree. So when we see the symbology, right, we can tell that these people are not, they don't have their own culture. These people have a culture of an earlier culture called the Canaanites. And this is what these people don't want to deal with. They don't want to deal with that part of their history, if this is their history. And I land my plane with that. Thank y'all for allowing me to speak.
Got to get the young soldiers a bomb, because they in here doing the knowledge, whether we agree or don't agree. But a lot of us agree with some of these young brothers, and they doing the knowledge. They could have been doing a lot of other crazy stuff. But I see you, son. I see you, my brother. You go right after Cosmic. Cosmic, you got the mic, brother.
All right. I wanted to kind of piggyback off of.
Yeah, this is the old hater right here. The Kofa, the fake guy. That's the scammer right there. That's the one. That's the old nigga that couldn't run with the big dogs on the corner. And so he tried to influence the young niggas. That's him right here. Got one of the funny hair. What the hell is that on his head? The hell is that? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one that was taught. That's the one right there. Yeah, he ain't part of them, right? He fucking it up. That's him. Yeah, he ain't manning up and telling them what it is. He just playing. He shouldn't even be on here.
Morpheus was saying when
piggyback.
Yeah. Say. You know, when he said the 3-card money thing, right? And then they're getting you to look the other way. My brother Ashe brought out a ton of evidence. The conversation is clearly focused on L. Everybody likes to talk about L, and so that's good. But Ashe brought up the flood story, which is a deep wound when it comes to authenticity. Ashe brought up the ribs and Inky. You know, that's another cut right there that hasn't been addressed. Everybody is silent on that joint. Ashe brought up Inanna spending 3 days in the underworld. Nobody is talking about that. Everybody is talking about L. Everybody wants to talk about L, and that's cool. But I thought his presentation was on the plagiarism, right? So I thought he was only going to focus on one area. But this brother covered the Old Testament and the Gospels and the New Testament. So it's not just one thing he's talking about. He's talking about this story that everybody is harping on, this story that has our people in a trance and dedicated to a culture and then dedicated to a certain geography, is a mythological story made up and copied from other cultures. I think people are missing that. We're just
Yeah. See, he from that old school of thought. They copied, they made it up, they plagiarized it. Yeah, he fucking it up for the youth right there, yo. Yeah, you wrong, yo. Matter of fact, he definitely a pseudo. Because you can come right here, yo. You look on the screen, right? You can come to the list of topics characterized as pseudoscience. And what would that be? Let's come right here. All right. This is a good one. Y'all gonna figure out if y'all pseudos or not. Watch this. Hold on. It's a good one right here. Y'all gonna figure it out real quick. Look. Here you go. Look. Christ myth theology. All right. It's a fringe theory, all right, that proposes that the historical Jesus did not exist in any capacity whatsoever, while the divinity of Jesus is a matter of religious and philosophical rather than historical debate. Listening closely now. Christians and non-Christian scholars of antiquity universally agreed that Jesus of Nazareth was a Galilean Jew who lived in the 1st century, was baptized and later crucified by the Roman authorities. This is based on sources written by historians, scholars, politicians who lived during the time of Christ. So if you're sitting up saying that Jesus Christ wasn't real, now remember, they're not talking about the religious aspect of it, the philosophical aspect of it. That's not the divinity. I mean, that's not it. But if you're saying that wasn't a man that existed, you're a pseudo. And man, I swear we used to argue that shit 15 years ago. Oh man, if Jesus was real, until you get into the history for real, and you listen to the scholars. Now, a lot of y'all can't get past that point, but that old dude right there, yo, he definitely safely fixed in that. Yeah, yo. I mean, some shit you just got, you gotta give it up, yo. You gotta give it up. Hold on, let's get back. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. All right, here we go. And I don't want to move past this dude anyway, though.
Just focusing on L. And this brother is telling you they are taking stories from other people and then calling it authentically original. That's what the cold part is. And everybody in this conversation now, because it's important, is focusing on L. But let's not forget all the other bombs that this brother dropped on his presentation. So, Brother Ashe, I wanted to know, what do you think about that? Nobody's even addressing these other points.
But first, before he do that, I got to drop a bomb on that. That's good observation, brother. Go ahead, Ashe.
I think I need to call me and my big old brothers the Bomb Squad. God Energy, Saint Kofa, Humble Mystic, even the Pit Bulls of the world. We need to be the Bomb Squad because that's good. Vital, man. That's vital, Saint Kofa.
All right, so now remember, yo, he's the first person, not Sarnetta. Ashe is the first person to say that they was the Bomb Squad. Let it crystallize properly. Now that wild ass dude that was speaking before him, he gonna lie. See, he gonna act like Sarnetta started all that on here. He gonna act like I did something crazy and turn. Watch. This is for the record, yo, because this is what is crystallized. Y'all gonna remember this day in history. Watch.
Like, that's why I kept saying, like, I gave y'all a 50 slide presentation and we up here talking about L. That to me, that's surrender. To me, that's white flag. To me, that's I'm rolling over on my belly. It's over with. This brother didn't slay. I'm slayed them. They beat down. They can't come off of that for real. That's all that is. It's those things. Like, and it also shows the hate culture that has developed among the Black conscious community, where it's like, yeah, I'm gonna come to his presentation just to watch what I can hate on, and that's not good, man. It's not good. Like, yeah. So what? I slipped up on like what, a couple 100 years on the date. Y'all don't know when. Y'all don't even know when Jesus was born. We just celebrated Christmas, and everybody could have swore that was Jesus' birthday. Yeah, that's chronologically wrong, but hey, you know the world's doing it. El and his Elion and the Ugarit, like, see how they take minute stuff. It shows that, like, we gotta get better. Far as I read, that's why y'all are weak debaters. That's why the guys that actually are sitting here disagreeing with me, they ain't won no debate or even had one. They ain't got no solo presentation. Where's that? Cause you came out there and the Siren kind of embarrassed you. How dare you say you beat a Siren? Like, that's the stuff I'm talking about. So yeah, you're absolutely right, Cosmic. It shows that everybody's not an intellectual like they say. They're doing that on the spot, little research on the spot, trying to take down one point because they're not even scholastically adept or equipped enough to follow an entire 50 slide presentation.
Go ahead. All right, our son, and I see you.
I don't want the conversation to move away from the cultural diffusion. The word you were looking for is cultural diffusion, right? To imply it's pan-Semitic, it's shared, people live next to each other. So of course they pick up each other's slang every once in a while. That's not what happened with the Canaanites and the Israelites. The Israelites are Canaanites, and they are practicing their own Canaanite tradition when they are worshiping El, when they are worshiping Yahweh. And the polemic is very telling in this, because you can relate it back to the polemic between the Amen priesthood and the Aten priesthood when Akhenaten instituted his Atenism. It caused a polemic with the Amen priesthood, all within the Egyptian theological system. That is exactly what the Bible does. That's why the Bible constantly polemicizes against Canaanite gods. Right. It's Baal that's Yahweh's greatest rival. It's Asherah who was worshipped in the temples with Yahweh. So when you look at whom is being polemicized against, it is another Canaanite deity being Baal. So that right there is also very telling that this is a Canaanite text. And when you look at the populations in Elephantine, the populations in Mesopotamia, through the Persian period and beyond, you can see certain things that are very telling. You can reference the work of Gad Barnea, who worked from the Persian period onward, and then compare that with Jonathan Adler. These are archaeologists who worked from the 1st century backwards to analyze this culture that we're talking about here. So what the scholastic and archaeological consensus is coming to be is that the Israelites themselves are Canaanites, which is why we see so much comparison and synonymous practices between them. So these people are Canaanites, and it is the Greek influence that has this polemic and Hebrew identity divorcing the Israelite tradition from the Canaanite ethnic group that they belong to.
Nah, he made that up. That's a made up right there. I ain't gonna pick them apart though, but that's not correct. That part not correct at all. But let's keep moving forward. Here we go. Hold on.
Okay, so
Hey,
people are Canaanites. Please.
And why are you fighting so hard, Zion? Like I'm
not agree with the brother. He made a.
You're a Rastafari. Why are you fighting? Haile Selassie. You Haile Selassie, man.
Hey, son, can I tell you why he's fighting?
Let me respond. Stop. Don't do that. Because I beat you in a debate, bro. I whooped you.
Hey, pull up my definition of plagiarism.
Stop.
Don't do that.
He's fighting because he's the Israelite.
All right, hold on, y'all. Go ahead, watch out. And then I got to go to Kassad, man.
All right, so real quick, the brother just said what he said, that they were Canaanite. How can they plagiarize Canaanite doctrine if they're Canaanites? So that what he just said literally shows what I'm saying. So regardless of
go to my definition of plagiarize,
sir. Can I finish what I'm saying? I didn't cut you off. I was agreeing with you, brother. Right? So at the end of the day, move out of here, brother. We're having a religious conversation here about and here comes the pseudo cultist.
The pseudo of more pseudos.
The pseudo of pseudos.
Now war child, see. So I never put me on the screen. I just popped up. I was agreeing with you, war child. Warlord, I was agreeing with you. Because you had it right. He was on their head. You understood the subject matter. When he called me a pseudo, boy, you funny. I immediately called him up on Facebook. What the hell you talking about? Now I like Warlord. He called himself. Here you go, right here. Here you go, yo. Hold on. Look, see. He was already in battle mode. I guess I got shot. Friendly fire. I get it. God damn. Anyway, he said it correctly. All right. But you got to know the subject, be able to hear all the mistakes they made. And we all will make mistakes. That's not the point. But that don't mean that Yo was actually hating on him. It wasn't. He was giving an honest, fair critique. That's what we suppose. Don't do a presentation to get mad at an honest, fair critique. All right. That don't mean niggas old and got to get out of there. Here we go.
The killer of pseudos with pseudoisms, right? Scientific pseudoisms. But let's go. So real quick, I didn't want to make this long. So when this brother just said that, he's saying that these are Canaanite people. That actually still does not take away what I'm saying from plagiarism. It actually supports that I'm saying about cultural transmission continuity. He said diffusion. I have no argument with it. Thank you, sir. You just backed me, bro. You just supported what I just said. So if they're Canaanites, how can they steal from themselves?
They
How can
stole
they
from Mesopotamia.
from themselves?
All right, hold on. I got to go to Kassad. Don't bring those pseudos up in here. Let me go to Humphrey Skills.
Hey, you talking about with Sid? He's
I'm talking about these young brothers right here.
Oh, okay.
Remember when he was getting at you? This young brother right here.
We said here's pseudo. I'll beat the brakes off.
What it do? So side really fast, right? Now I asked the brother to go up. I asked the brother, and I had the screenshot to see. I don't really like doing this,
right?
Because I don't like
good, man.
But I had the screenshot because I asked him to go up, right? And what he wasn't trying to read is it says, in these traditions of the old version, the divine founding of the older West Semitic tradition once served, once otherwise eclipsed by the Israel-specific founder traditions, even though the older polytheistic worldview. So basically above what I was asking him to show was before we get this condense of what we call the Bible and this monotheistic framework, all of that was looked at as polytheistic. And his work just showed that. That's why he didn't want to read it.
Oh, man.
That's disingenuous, man. We got to stop that. I land my plane. Thank you, sir.
All right. Let me go to God Energy. Yo, Ankh, man, I'm telling you, the bomb squad coming for the pseudo.
I don't know what the hype is, dude. Ain't nobody coming for me.
Peace, y'all.
Get this.
Have some discipline. It's all right.
All righty now. So see, Saw is hyping it up. That's what he do. You got at this point, you got to be media savvy. You can't feed into Saw right now. All right, that's what he do. He stirred the competition up. So the question is, how do we transfer knowledge to black men? We can't actually stir the pot like that. We gotta be able to sit down at the table and figure out what's going around. But we're doing it in real time, so it's gonna be what it's gonna be. So let's finish hearing what this man got to say. Here we go. But they about to let me get in there. By now, Saw already hyped them up. Yeah, I mean, he already called me the pseudo quick. He did all. Watch. Here you go. Here you go.
It's all right. It ain't gonna hurt, brother.
So let me get next up, please.
I'm the OG. I'm the OG. But to what the brother's saying, right? What he's looking for, it doesn't disprove the point that's being made. He's looking for Yahweh to be mentioned in the Ugaritic text, but the evidence doesn't show that, and the syncretism that happens with Yahweh and El, it's not from the Ugaritic text, so you wouldn't find it there, and no one who puts that forth tells you to go to the Ugaritic text to find Yahweh there. So that's a straw man argument, you saying that Yahweh can't be found there. That doesn't speak to the topic of Yahweh being syncretized with El and Baal, for that matter. I make a comparison to, we know that Seth, Baal, and Ammon were syncretized in Egypt, but I don't need to look in the Baal cycle for Seth or Ammon. And this is the Ugaritic text that's in question, right? Where the Baal cycle is. And this book is called Stories from Ancient Canaan by Michael David Coogan, right? Here is a translation of the primary, right? So I don't need Seth and Ammon to appear in the Baal cycle for me to know that Seth, Baal, and Ammon were syncretized, my brother. And the Dead Sea Scrolls speaks to that polytheistic heritage that they used to have. The Dead Sea Scrolls, for a matter of fact, says that the land was apportioned in accordance to the sons of El. But when you get to the Septuagint, the land was apportioned to the angels. Then when you get to the King James, the land was apportioned due to the sons of Israel. So you see a reduction in the divinity as this translation process happens. That's called euhemerization, right? Where you take divinity and you lessen it to the human realm. That's what Ashe's whole presentation was about, that these ancient stories about gods were euhemerized and retold in the Bible as human people doing these things. That is called euhemerization. But for an example of the plagiarization, and I'm gonna land my plane with this. For an example of this plagiarization or this Canaanite heritage that the Israelites continued, right?
Yeah, you actually can't say what you just said and then go back to saying they was plagiarized. Yeah, you can't do that. Because they didn't just pop up out of nowhere and become monotheists or henotheists, however people want to say that. It was stages of their development. Like I said, they developed that over time. He's correct in the way he said it until he starts saying they was like, man, they didn't plagiarize it, yo. They was coming to the point where they wanted one deity. So this is how it's actually done in the ancient world. Let us continue.
You have, I'm going to read from the Baal cycle. It says, behold your enemy, Baal. Behold, you will kill your enemy. Behold, you will annihilate your foes. Eternal kingship, your dominion forever and ever. Now let's look at Psalms 92:9. Behold your enemies, Yahweh. Behold your enemies have perished. Evildoers have been scattered, right? Psalms 145:13. Your kingdom is an eternal kingdom. Your rule is forever and ever. So that is the type of plagiarism and syncretizing of the text that we are talking about here, where it says, behold your enemies, Baal. Then in Psalms, it says, behold your enemies, Yahweh. Then in the Baal cycle, behold, you will kill your enemies. Behold, your enemies have perished in Psalms. So this is the syncretizing of the text. And the scholars have pointed out, I'm going to land my plane, that this Psalms right here is a reworking of the Baal cycle, as I just read.
Can you show that book? Show that cover of the book, brother.
Yeah. This is Stories from Ancient Canaan by Michael David Coogan. I actually showed this to Nepal last time I was here. I was here for the Jabari Richard Carrier debate. And I showed this same book back then, and Nepal asked me to show it as well.
Energy, do you put together presentations?
I actually have a Canaanite presentation that I wanted to humbly ask you if I could present on here. But I have a Canaanite presentation ready.
Hell yeah. Hey, let me tell you something. Hey, Kassad, where you at?
I'm right here. I'm waiting to respond.
All right, you calling people out. Call this brother out, Kassad. Call him out.
Can I respond?
Call him out first. Oh, you ain't trying to call this brother out, Kassad.
BombSquad, I got him.
Oh, man. Call him out. The Bomb Squad is in the building. All right, let me move on. Hey, God Energy. Send them in the back chat, private chat, so I can contact you.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to give you a couple words that will kind of actually fit that, which is definitely better than what they would call plagiarism when he was reading from the Book of Psalms. You would probably use intertextuality, text echoing, and reusing earlier text. Okay, reuse, adaptation. Okay, recontextualizing older material for new settings. Okay, redidaction. Okay, compilation, editors, shaping inherited traditions, tradition history, how material develops through transmission. Okay, so when you start to claim, it's like it's over whooping. When you start to say this, it's plagiarism. It's really an anachronism because that's not what they wouldn't have called that. That's not how you do that. So we tighten it up a little bit. That ain't no hate. That's just showing you how, if you're gonna be academic and scholarly, right? Then be academic and scholarly. And this is why the brother did the presentation, right? So if we saying that we not hating and we not old, we don't need to get put out the goddamn village. Why do a presentation if people can't give a honest, forthgoing critique. It just wouldn't make any sense at that point. But now I'm about to get on here. Sarnetta done hyped it up, and they coming for you. Them guys didn't say that. Sarnetta said that. But he was taking the energy that Ashe with Seer had with me on the other show, and he just feeding into it. All right, he just hyping it up. It's all good. Ashe got to know not to do that, but O'Shea, he with that smoke. So here we go. I don't want y'all to think I just jumped out the window. All right, all in context.
Email. Yes, sir.
All right, you got my email?
Yes, I do. I have your contact information.
Yeah, hit me with the email so I can we can see when we gonna put that up here. All right, I gotta go to the pseudo squad right now, man. Let's go, man. You on the floor? We're gonna see what you got, man. You messing with this young energy up in the building.
Stop. What I'm saying is, don't play with it. I don't know what the fuck the pseudo squad is. I don't know.
Yo, you the first one that used profanity, brother.
You use profanity. You call me the pseudo squad. I don't know.
No profanity for real. Go ahead, brother.
Get the name straight though. Pseudo killers. Get that straight.
Yeah, pseudo killers. Nah, my bad, brother.
And
I ain't mean that. No, I ain't mean that. Serious.
Appreciate you, brother. So I'm gonna say like this. I know you do a lot of promotion and all that, and you hype up the young guys, and I appreciate that.
No, I'm not hyping them up. These brothers are on fire for real.
Okay.
It's real talk right here. Okay, you got the floor.
You sure?
I'm positive.
Okay, so what I'm gonna tell you is, we not fighting, we not boxing, and this is the issue with this community. The community think we're gonna get out there and put some gloves on, and the young guys got an advantage. They think we're gonna get out there on a track and race, and the young guys got an advantage. What I'm telling you is, in scholarship, in academia, in the world of thinking, young does not give you an advantage, not at all. Those who know their information has the advantage. And this is what I'm gonna say. I haven't even really listened to the young guys, right? I heard them talk. I see it, right? But then I would ask the question, what do those guys believe in? See, I'm gonna attack from a scientific aspect because their religion ain't no better than the religion they're going against.
But they not dealing with religion.
Let me finish.
They're not religious, I mean.
Man, you helping them?
Not religious.
Are you helping them? Are you helping them?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
So we're saying, what do you believe in?
I'm non-religious. I consider myself a neo-Gnostic. Now, you being a scientist, Hold on, stop it. Don't do that weak stuff.
You gotta let them answer the question.
I don't have a religion. I don't have a religion. I don't have a God. I don't get that. I don't do that. I can wait.
You gotta let him answer the question, brother. You asked him a question, huh?
I didn't ask for a lecture. I simply asked, what do you
I'm finna tell you what I believe in, Negro. Let me do that.
Come on. Hey,
all right, no name calling, y'all. No name calling. We don't want it to get messed up. Because you did a good presentation, Ashe. I don't want that to get messed up.
No problem.
This is what I'm trying to tell you, bro. I don't need this man to come in with his tactic of domination, the mic. So when I just simply asked him, what does he believe? He either believes in God or he don't, sir. I don't need a 5-minute lecture from him.
Yeah, but
all right, so let me give you some context. So I've been going around a little bit with Seer before, and he has a fighting style. He will dive in and he will start fighting. He will talk you to death. That's his style. I simply asked him, what do you believe in? Right? All he had to say was such and such. He ended up saying it, right? He don't got to do the whole long range thing because I was just trying to ask a question, move on to the next question. But let's look up what he said though. Let's do that. Right? Big up to the source material that was presented to me today. Give credit where credit is due at. All right. Goal. Appreciate you in the server, man. Join the server, man. Drop that link. So we got it right here, okay? He said he was what? Gnosticism in modern times. And what did he say he was? It says Gnosticism in modern times, commonly known as neo-Gnosticism. This is what he's saying. All right. I want to skip down to the late 19th century. And there's some very, very interesting names that will pop up here. Madame Blavatsky, Helen Blavatsky, okay, co-founder of the Theocratical Society, wrote extensively on Gnostic ideas. All right, complication of her writings on Gnosticism is over 270 pages long. The first edition of the Kings, the Gnostics, and their remains was repeatedly cited as a source and quoted. Now, in the ISIS Unveiled. And so, as you start going down, right, you're going to start finding a lot of interesting people that follow this. Now, I'm not, I ain't knocking them, right? Because you can say the same thing about atheism. But I may argue the point that when you look at the list of atheism, it was the atheists that actually pushed the pendulum in Greek times from being advocating for the gods doing it in natural phenomenon, actually being that process and trying to explain that. But this modern thing here is filled with a whole bunch of wild dudes. But I digress. Let us move forward. Let us continue what we're doing. Hold on. Let me get back here real fast. Let's get back here real quick. Let me get back. Let me get back. Let me get here. All right, here we go. All right. Anyway.
You can't be scared of this.
I just want to tell you where I'm at with it, dog. And I consider myself with neo-Gnostic. You being now watch this. You being the scientific adept, you take the word Gnostic and you take instead of coming from the word gnosis, not with the Greeks and the Christians, the word gnosis and what neo means. You put them together since you're the big dog and you're the big elder as far as scholarship in science. Put neo-Gnostic together and tell me what that means.
I just simply ask you what it means. I never heard it.
Oh, man, I told you, man. You better get Cedric up here, man.
So
you better get Cedric up here with you, brother.
So basically, you think they're weak. That's
no.
what you're saying right now.
Oh, man.
They're weak and they can't defend their words because you keep jumping in.
I would like to
trying to dominate the microphone.
I would like a response.
I would like to answer Ankh's question.
Man, hold on, man.
I would like to answer the elder's question.
1 second. Right? It's proper. I asked the brother, I said, I never heard of that. Right? Since he liked to talk, explain what that means, sir. That's all. You could do that and educate us. Come on,
yeah, neo just coming from the word, meaning the word new. And then Gnostic coming from the word gnosis, as far as knowing something. So I don't believe anything. I have more of an up-to-date knowledge, which means my knowledge that I'm dealing with is not antiquated, elder. That's why you might be a little bit behind. You might be a little antiquated. You might be a little outdated. I ain't see you've been looking a little rusty too, huh?
So that's your job, though, right? That's your job to bring you information. So I'll ask this question, which would let me know if you're in any type of conversation. Do you agree with Charles Darwin?
And on what basis?
Man, I asked a simple question, bro. There is
no. Okay, no, I don't agree with Charles Darwin.
So Sarnetta, get him out of here. He ain't at the level. I don't play with these kids.
Just because someone don't agree.
Sarnetta, I'm moving next to the next guy.
All right.
I'm checking him.
All right, here go the next brother right here. Here go the next bomb squad, brother. Let's go. God energy.
Same question. What do you believe? And do you agree with Charles Darwin, sir? 2 questions. Go ahead, brother.
No problem. So 1.61 times 10 to the negative 35 meters is the Planck distance. And I start there as far as my take on everything in the universe and, spirituality and blase. So I happen to feel like I'm very scientifically inclined and physics based. I don't actually believe in like a deity or anything like that.
Talking about Max Planck. You talking about the Planck, right? Max Planck.
I'm talking about physics. Yes, I base my reality on physics.
Okay, so you try. Okay, so do you agree with Charles Darwin?
Charles Darwin said a lot of things. So what exactly are you saying? What are you asking if I agree with?
Charles Darwin theory of evolution.
No. I agree with the theory of evolution, but not exactly Charles Darwin's.
All right, no problem. Okay, you failed. Next. Who the next one on the bomb squad?
You can't do that, man. You're trying to say that Charles Darwin is right in everything, brother. No,
Darwin is cool.
Why do you think, or do you think them guys do not have the will for all to handle this conversation? Why do you need to jump in? Maybe you don't understand, son. I know why I'm asking these questions. I'm trying to figure out where they need help at.
All right, yeah, Easy Bands. Easy Band is a Christian. Ask him what he wants.
No. I want the bomb squad that you keep pumping up. Where the bomb squad at? Where they at? You the bomb squad, humble mystic?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's up with it?
How you doing, brother, man? Good to see the young brothers. 2 questions. What do you believe? And do you agree with Charles Darwin's scientific theory of evolution?
I'm more of a spiritualist, and no, I don't agree with Charles Darwin's specific theory of evolution. And if I ever made,
see how easy that brother did that without no help from Sonetta? See how easy the other brother did that? And see the difference between the first person they wanted to fight right off the bat. All right? I'm saying, man, like I've been in conversations for a while, yo, and I understand tactics, yo. I know how people get down. But I like the way the brothers answer the questions, though. Y'all just been around know I gave them the litmus test. I'm doing what I do. All right? Doing what I do. And I see some people in the chat. Okay, I mispronounced it. Okay. Gnosticism without the G. Anybody being around me, I've been fucking that up for years. I put the G in there. I got you. But I want you to know there's a difference between Gnosticism, right? Okay. Having knowledge, right, is a collection of religious and philosophical ideas and systems, all right? That's different than new Gnosticism. All right, 2 separate things here. Let's get this straight. This the one filled with Madame Blavatsky and all the wild things. Just for the record, so we don't get that confused. Different thing, 2 separate things. And oh, by the way, it's still religious. I ain't knocking nobody's religion, but I'm saying if you critiquing a bunch of religious people, then yourself need not to be religious. Well, I guess you can have a conversation back and forth, but don't think your thing is better than anything because it's all religion. It's just religious talk at that point. So yeah, there need to be some accuracy in your religious talk that I can agree with. But neo-Gnosticism, all right, and Gnosticism is 2 goddamn separate things. Yeah, don't nobody forget that. One filled with Madame Blavatsky and all the super pseudos. That's funny, ain't it, yo? And one that was practiced in ancient times. 2 separate things there. I don't want to get that mixed up. All right, here we go. Let's go. All right. Yeah, I like the bomb squad, though.
Expound and tell you
Yes, sir.
why.
Yes, sir.
Because in one of his writings, he was talking about the finches, right? And how when they was isolated, they started because of their beak size. He considered that evolution. Me personally, when we dive into science, I would consider that adaptation, not evolution. So that's why I don't agree with him.
Okay.
Thank you.
You failed. Who next? You failed. Who next?
I didn't fail. Actually, Charles Darwin failed when he called that evolution because he clearly didn't know enough about science.
A young bro.
But you know, science updates though. Science updates.
You
know
know
that,
I
right?
said you failed. Let's move next. I like y'all, but I'm telling you, failing. Think about it, yo. There's a hierarchy here. No, let me say this. Hold on, wait. I want to do this because I ran across young Pharaoh, right? And
after this, I would like to ask him a question.
Of course. And I'm saying is, I don't want to keep going through that with the young brothers, right? So what I'm saying is, I appreciate y'all. We need the young energy, but what we don't need is a bunch of young pseudos. So when I'm asking these questions, right? Listen, just hold on. See that nut right there with his hand raised? That's the one. See? Look at his face. Look at him. If you got your hands raised, your eyes bucked, and got a purple scarf on your head, that's a red flag. Now, my man Ashay was saying he smiled, he laughing because he know we kicking it. We having fun, right? Easy Band say we just talking that talk. God didn't just say, oh man, I'm funny, right? Humble Mystic Man, he just getting it in. This is what we supposed to do, dog. But I supposed to get up there and do what? I supposed to get up there and be me. They gonna be who they is. What we don't need is the old ass nigga with the purple rag on his head, like he from Baghdad some damn way. That's what we don't need. We don't need him in. Now, Suntan, Elder Suntan, right? When Shaw sold him, Suntan was like, man, he giving their ass the litmus test. Suntan already know it's the litmus test. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm catching them early in their history. I'm catching them right after they say their name. I'm catching them right there. Let me see where y'all at. I just want to see. I could do that. I'm the good guy. But see that pseudo right there? See, that's the real pseudo right there. That's the old man on the block who couldn't hang with the big dogs, and he want to try to influence the younger niggas. That's him. Watch him. Look at his hand up. Hold on, y'all don't see it. I don't think y'all can see that. Hold on. I don't think y'all understand what's going on right here. Let's take a picture of this. That way you can see exactly what I'm saying. And it might need to be a little bit bigger. You can see exactly what I'm saying. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on now. We're going to get this right. Oh, man. Get this right here. Hold on. Take that screenshot so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Picture is worth 1,000 words for sure. Just want y'all to see. Hold on. And then we're going to open this panel up. Have some fun tonight, man. Man, it's Atheist Friday, man. Having a little critique, man. Hopefully I can get this thing off on Sarnettas. All right. Let me put this in here so y'all can see exactly what I'm saying. That way we don't get nothing misconstrued. Okay, we want to get that. We want to get this right. We want to make sure we got it all right. There you go. Y'all see it? There you go. See? Got your hand. If your hand is bigger than your head, and on your head you got a purple scarf, your eyes is buck, yo, you a pseudo. If your hand is raised in the middle of niggas talking, you a pseudo. Yeah, that's what Jabari do. Be all in the way. All right, let us move on. Yeah, we're getting it in tonight. It's definitely fun. We're getting it in. All right, let me get back to the. Hold on, let me get back to it. Okay, here we go. Atheist Friday, man. Make sure y'all like and subscribe, man. All right, hold on. Hold on, y'all couldn't hit. Hold on, let me. All right, so we know y'all can't hear that. But run it back, because this was a good part, man. Man, showed he had a nice little dialogue back and forth. I appreciate the brother, yo. I like that. Had a nice song. I ain't gonna let y'all miss out on that. All right, I'm gonna reboot it again. Hold on. Y'all don't want to miss this. What's that? All right, let's see. And where it has brought us, right? If you're thinking that you're the level and you're denying Charles Darwin, yo, you still got a lot more to get. So
I got my
go ahead. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Question is, just because a lion migrate to the mountains, is that and adapt to that range and environment and become a mountain lion, is that evolution? Did that lion evolve into something else, or did it just adapt?
So your primary mistake here is not understanding the material. So adaptation.
Answer the question. We answered your questions.
No,
answer the question.
Look, what we're not going to do is cut each other off, because I respect you, brother. I respect young brothers with some damn sense. So don't cut me off. I'm not going to be long with it. I'm going to respect you. I simply said that adaptation is part of evolution. That's all I'm saying. So if you keep saying adaptation but deny evolution, that means that there's a gap in your knowledge. And I'm going to tie it together for you. Okay? Now, to answer your question, if a lion go to the mountains, man, no. If a lion go to the mountains, it's not going to adapt. Evolution does not occur in one individual lion. Give me the next guy.
All right, let me go to Sankofa. Sankofa, what's up?
Hey, yo, Sai, you have an interesting power, Sai. You know what I'm saying? And so this whole presentation, you know, everybody was on this L joint. Nobody talked about the other issues Ashe brought up. You say one phrase, the bomb squad. And no, wait, Sai, just listen to this. Listen to this.
Go ahead.
Listen to this.
It's not a no, you old nigga. It's not a no. They brought that up, the bomb squad, not Sarnetta. It's their thing. Stop trying to take their thing, you old pseudo. Go ahead and shake your beard up and your mustache up. It's their thing. They came up with that. Watch the hater, though. This is an old hater right here, yo. This nigga hating for real. He don't even remember the discourse. Hating ass niggas.
Ankh is on this whole rampage right now. for what?
Right.
What? Like, what is this about? Like, this is not about this.
Right.
But no, sorry, this is something that's crucial in that, like, you know, I don't come up all that often, but definitely watch stuff. And like people gravitate and then focus on the people you focus on. So you say bomb squad, all of a sudden now now we got to interrogate not the presentation, but now we got to interrogate belief systems, and not necessarily all belief systems. You don't elaborate. We're not even going to go into the full theory. You just don't agree with one thing, or you may not understand it. You fail. Like, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? We're up here speaking one presentation. You know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden you want to go on, brother Ankh, I'm gonna call you out. You know, there's nothing, but you want to go on and try to do something.
I can handle it.
Man, I'm down with the bomb squad 100. I ain't trying to hear that. I'm with the bomb squad. I'm the OG, and I'm here with the bomb squad.
I say
it was a presentation.
There's a new jump in town.
Bomb his presentation if there's something with the presentation. You know what I'm saying? But now you're up here asking about belief systems that nobody's presenting. You know what I'm saying? Brother Ashe is not up here saying we all need to be Gnostics. We need to be neo-Gnostics. You know what I'm saying? Nobody said that. Like you going on this whole thing when it's not necessary.
Hey, ain't nobody up here saying, yeah, we got to be monkeys. Come on, man.
Hey, Sal, so you're going to let Sankofa, watch this, Sankofa. Watch this, Sankofa. Based off what you just said and the way you just tweaked that, is Charles Darwin theory of evolution a scientific theory, and do you agree with it? Yes or no, brother? Don't play.
Did you watch the presentation?
I'm asking you a question.
Did you watch the presentation?
No, he didn't.
Did you watch the presentation?
Can you ask the question?
You said no?
No, I asked you a question first.
No doubt you did. No doubt you did. But you came up here inside a show.
That's not how
you came up here inside a show
It's not about
plagiarism on the Bible.
I asked you a question.
You came up here on a show about plagiarism on the Bible. Right, but you're not controlling it. That's the thing.
Okay, that's fine. So basically, Sankofa, the answer is no.
No, the answer is not no. The answer is your behavior and your conversation is out of order.
Okay,
that's the behavior, and that's the conversation.
And completely non-cipher.
Hold on for a minute.
It's not even necessary right now. For some reason, Sa said Bomb Squad, and you got brittle.
Hey, Sankofa, since you just started watching Sarnetta, I'm sorry you just started watching Sarnetta TV. I've been watching it for about 20 years, and that's the order of damn business last time I checked. Routinely, people come up here and change the conversation in the middle of the conversation. So the fact that you will point me out means you got an itch. So I'm going to deal with that itch you got for me, brother, because I ain't tripping. I asked you a question, you didn't answer it. You know why you didn't answer it?
Call him out. Call him out.
No, because he's a damn pseudo. I heard
Call him out. Call him out and see if he's a pseudo.
I heard him. He's a pseudo. He ain't like them other young brothers. He's a pseudo. See, I think them other brothers can learn, but you're not only old, you don't know what the hell you talking about.
You just want you to blanket. Nigga, you gotta get out of here. I didn't sing too much. Niggas can't tell me nothing. That's why when niggas be talking tough, I said, man, just say it. I didn't sing no. Niggas said he want to just go home.
I'll come up in here talking tough, baby. Call him out. Huh?
Hey, Scott, it's not that. I just want to say this. The questions I asked was very pertinent. You put a label on them brothers. You said they was the bomb squad and they was going to usurp.
I love that.
Killers. I like your marketing strategy. But guess what? The spot is safely fixed for the pseudo killers. Nobody can take out spot. What can happen is the next generation can add to pseudo killing. The next generation is supposed to be bigger and better. But the only way they can be bigger or better is not that they stare me in my face, is that they stand on my shoulders. If they could never stand on my shoulders, if they don't understand the value of Charles Darwin evolution, that means they have not reached the level of thinking yet. And that's okay. It took me 20 years to get it. So I'm telling you right now, bro, they're not ready for what I got to say or how I got to do it. But they will be one day.
Charles Darwin, your king.
I got a sister who will destroy him.
Can I respond, please?
Nah, hold on. Yo, is Charles Darwin your king, brother?
Charles Darwin is a scientist. Matter of fact, he's a naturalist, right? And what I'm saying is biological evolutionary science, right, has connected all of biology. And if you don't know all of biology,
everybody hold on.
About anything.
Hey, I got a question for you.
Everybody hold on. Everybody hold on.
You know, you're not but you're not doing this, Saul. When I'm talking, you cut me off. What I said was that evolutionary biology connects all of it's all connected. And if you don't understand the connections, how can you talk about populations of human beings? How can you do any of these things? It's not going to occur. That's all.
I gotta let Sankofa respond. Sankofa, because he called out Sankofa. Yo, one at a time. I gotta let Sankofa respond. Go ahead,
Sankofa. Narcissism that stepped into the room. You know what I'm saying? Why do we gotta stand on your shoulders, bro? You know what I'm saying? If you got something to say, something to teach them, move on. Nobody's standing on your shoulders. Like, we stand together, family. You know what I'm saying? What is that stand on your shoulders thing, man? That's kind of wild, family. We can learn from everybody, bro. But you up here calling people pseudos. But what I wanted to point out was simply the power of the word from Sinetta. Sinetta said one phrase, like Ashe said the phrase. Sinetta then started pumping it up, and you got brittle on it. You know what I'm saying? Now I got to prove these people wrong because Sinetta said something. And now you got to go into their belief system.
True.
Not a presentation, but a belief system. Like you went on this whole rampage for some reason, and that's wild, family. And you up here talking about you got to prove it to me. Who are you, family? You know what I'm saying? You do your thing in your own realm and be respect to you for what it is, but nobody's got to answer to you. We come across our own knowledge and our own information in our own way. We build our temple the way we build our temple. You know what I'm saying? You disagree.
Hey, you half slick old ass nigga. It's called Starletter TV, nigga. That's what niggas been doing for damn near 20 years on Starletter TV. I can be in the middle and talk about Charles Darwin. Niggas start talking about the daggone what happened, you know what I'm saying, on the moon some damn way. That's how they do it. Everybody come up there and say what they want to say, nigga. Crazy ass. That's what they do. People say what they want to say and how they want to say it. That's the way the conversation went. Don't hate me, hate the game. Know what I'm doing? I'm giving a litmus test. Simple as that. I know what I'm doing. Do you know what you're doing? Nah, nigga, you need to shave or do something. Yo, you definitely a damn pseudo. Crazy as hell. Called you a pseudo. Anyway.
Agree with it. Oh, well, you live your life, we live our life. But standing on your shoulders, getting your validation was not the reason for anybody's presentation.
So the nigga think that standing on the shoulders mean you getting somebody validation. Yeah, damn, you're a nut. I ain't even understand what you're talking about. Crazy. Standing on your shoulders meaning, yeah, I'm giving them back. Shut up. Damn pseudo don't understand what the hell he's talking about. So as
Facts.
all pseudos do, you have mischaracterized the conversation.
Definitely.
If you heard what I said was, at no point should those young brothers be staring me in my damn face. What they should do is stand on my shoulders. Now, what does that actually mean? That doesn't mean that I'm better than them. That means that I will make mistakes. And based off of the mistakes I make, since they're not staring me in my damn face or kneeling at my feet, they will add to the package. But you can never add to the package if you don't understand the package. That is meant by that. You being a dedicated pseudo and everybody heard you refuse to answer the question, guess what? At least them young brothers got heart. You don't got no heart. Because if you had heart, you would answer the question. But if you answer that question, everybody will know that I already done picked you, bro. You are a pseudo. And you refuse to answer the question. And you make a wild dialogue. So guess what, Sankofa? Don't answer the question because you have no heart. Now, there you go.
I'm coming at yours. You up here making this conversation wild, family.
You don't want.
Like you are controlling the conversation. I'm gonna let everybody else speak because this is wild. There's definitely no fear related to that. I am saying you have taken this conversation off course and thinking that you can control. You even said, "Side, take Sankofa off the thing." Like you are controlling this show like it's your show. I don't know where that came from. But
hold on, one mic. Hold on, let him speak.
I'm saying you came up here controlling the show. That's what I'm responding to. I'm not going to be controlled by your question. You do not control me. And then good job that you don't control the show. I am saying you are out of order with your questioning. This questions and this presentation is about Ashe, not about anybody's belief system. Charles Darwin evolution, we can do a deep dive in another time. This is about what Ashe presented, and everybody was running on and on about L. You come up in here, and now you want to know something about nobody presented. That's your own personal thing because you're responding to what Sonnet has said, and you got brittle on that joint.
All right. Hold on, because y'all gonna keep going back and forth.
I'm off. I don't want to deal with him. I'm done.
Yeah, as one of the young brothers who was questioned.
As far as plagiarism in the ancient world, plagiarism is not what plagiarism is today. So if you're making that mistake, right, then it's a mistake. I'm gonna say it again. What we consider to be plagiarization or plagiarism is not what the ancient world thought, because they actually used plagiarism in the ancient world. Okay, so don't make that mistake. That is my add to the conversation.
So what is plagiarism according to you?
According to me, I would think stealing the writings of somebody, not giving them credit for it. But
Well, that's what we said. We all said that, brother.
Hey, Saul, I'm telling you, bro, I would debate anybody on ancient plagiarism. Do not play with me. Remember, I'm the God killer. That's my job to know that, bro. Do not play with me. Don't play with me, Saul.
All right, I got to bring up another pseudo killer. He come in to defend his chief. All right, Cedric. What's up, Cedric?
Sir, you know I love you, sir. You're the best at what you do. But let me get straight to work. Sir, there's something about being committed to scientific literacy and approaching scholarship from a particular angle. Your presentation was on point. However, when you frame, when you use words like plagiarism, then you're taking the ancient.
How did Cedric summarize that shit up just like that, yo? Yeah, yo, if you're gonna be academic, yo, being literate, yo, and science will help you through that process, yo. Simple as that, yo. Like, come on, man. How did he just sum it up that quick? And the crazy ass Sankofa person with the Sankofa bird on his head, how he don't know that? Appreciate you, Cedric.
Atmosphere out of context. Within anthropology, you look, first of all, the Israelites are Hebrews, are Canaanites. They speak the same language. They come from the same cultural and genetic family. That's number one. So when these people are separating themselves, becoming their own identity within that group, we are talking about cultural diffusion. This is not plagiarism in no sense of the word. This is a group of people that are sharing a common theme and a common philosophy. It would be like 200 years from now, considering hip hop from a different part of the world plagiarism. No, it was cultural diffusion. African American developed an art form that spread throughout the world. We would not use the word plagiarism in that sense. So that is the only pushback you're going to get. If you're going to be scientific, you require steps, and then you're going to look at things from a particular lens. Now, if you are arguing against a particular position in defense of your own spiritual concepts, then you're not engaging in a scientific discourse, right? So you have to pick and choose your battles. The question.
So Cedric, have the writers of the Bible plagiarized the Bible, or was it their stuff, or do you say that the Bible was plagiarized from different cultures and stuff like that?
At the point that you get to the Bible, for example, let's look at Genesis.
No, answer the question, brother.
That's not a straightforward question, and I never addressed a faulty premise.
Why it's not?
Because it's a fault. Again, if you let me explain, you would understand.
Yeah, go ahead and explain.
At the point you see what the Bible is today, it's a compilation of ancient texts. It is simply put together within the concept of quote-unquote Christianity. Christianity is another developed form that came out of Judaism, right? You have the evolution of these things. You would not necessarily call it plagiarism or stealing. It's cultural diffusion. Today, if I write a particular...
Come on.
Can I respond to this one, sir?
That is the scientific terms. We are talking about synchronism. We're talking about cultural diffusion. I am a Canaanite. I have this belief. Tomorrow I decide, you know what, I'm going to become an Israelite. What is going to be the basis of my doctrine? Isn't it going to be the Canaanite culture?
Cedric, Ankh have a book out. If I take Ankh book and I copy a whole paragraph from Ankh and put it, hold on, and put it in my book, and don't let the people know where I got it from, and act like it's my own. Are you telling me that's not plagiarism, brother? I didn't plagiarize Ankh work.
Who stole what from who?
I took it from Ankh. No, I took it from Ankh and put it in my book.
I'm gonna stay in context. I'm a Canaanite.
Right.
I become an Israelite. What did I steal? I was a Canaanite.
No, I'm talking about the writers who wrote the story.
You gotta stop.
Hold up. The writers who wrote the story. Didn't they see that story already? Hold on. They seen the story already, Cedric. So what they did was put it in the book. Oh, we're gonna use this. We might change this here or change that, but we're gonna use the same idea in the same story.
Sir, I was a Canaanite.
I got you.
I wrote the story over here. Now I decide, you know what? I'm a Hebrew. I'm separating myself from Canaanite, and I write a new story. What is the cultural container I am going to use? And is that stealing? No, it is cultural continuity. It is cultural diffusion. Each culture continues to evolve. There's no stealing. You look at the Bible as if it is one book. It is this story added, that story added, that story added, that story added.
You agree with that? You agree with him?
From the same people in the region.
And subscribe.
There's no stealing.
That's what it is. Hey, Sarnetta, that's if you took my book and put in your book, that's plagiarism, bro, in 2026. But in the ancient world, right, it's called borrowing. They borrow back and forth. It's not a big deal. It's not based off of a singular writer or something like that, bro. And I'm saying, and if the brothers is seeking to reach the level, yo, it's just called reuse. That's all it is. It's not a big deal. I'm saying they gotta be able to get past Bennett, Pastor Bennett. If they can't get past Pastor Bennett with that, yo, what are we saying, bro?
All right. Let me get to the brother Ashe. Go ahead, Ashe. I see you want to get it out.
Yeah, bro. I've been trying to.
All right, so I dropped the link. Let me get to the bread. Let me see. Tahuti Black. Did I say that right? No, that's not it. I can't, man. Come on, man. Y'all put all that shit together, man. Thanks for the donation, though, bro. At this point, Sarnetta was lost. Yeah, he definitely was lost. He was trying to figure it out. Man, thanks for that, man. Make sure I hit the Cash App, man. Man, and go ahead and hit the Super Chats, man. We appreciate y'all, man, for that, man. That's love right there. So now, I dropped the link. Y'all get in the conversation, man. We can talk about what you want to talk about it, man. But this is when Shorty threw his shots, right? I don't want to call him Shorty. I'm going to call him, brother, young brother, a little bit younger than me, right? And he get a little mad, throwing shots and all that. I don't know why, yo, because you can pick and choose what part of the presentation that you want to deal with. If that's what we're supposed to do. I didn't know. I thought you come there and say whatever you wanted to say. So it's normally been shit. When motherfuckers say what they want to say on Saw Another TV. All right, let's get it.
Be patient. I'm really losing it. I'm losing a lot of patience with the entire stream because it's like, bro, stop, please. Hey, can you just go back to my slides and go to the definition that I already gave for plagiarism? All right. All of these pseudo goofies talking about definition of plagiarism. It's 3 different forms of plagiarism. Nobody said that yet. Plagiarism scholars. When I gave a whole 50 slide debate, and now so I was trying to, you muted me, and I was trying to say, bro, like, I quit letting these goofies hijack my presentation with what they want to take from it. I ain't just get up here talking about Ugarit and Canaanite. Dude, what about the Mesopotamians I talked about, bro? So I can't stand dudes who get up here, they didn't watch this stuff, bro.
All right, where you at? Let's go.
The definition of plagiarism. It should be probably the second slide 3 or 2. Probably 3.
All right, there you go.
Take the plagiarism. What's happening right here? Plagiarism definition. Plagiarism of the act of presenting someone else's work, whether it be words, ideas, or intellectual property as your own without proper attribution or acknowledgement. It's considered a form of intellectual theft and a violation of academic and professional integrity. Is there any times right there, Side, that say, man, yeah, and it's different when you're talking about antiquatal plagiarism.
Right. That's all made up, man.
Like these niggas, bro, these niggas don't run nothing. That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to say, bro. These not no big homies. They've been infiltrating the Black conscious community for over 20 years. Ain't that what you just said? We need to get them out of here. Let's go to mosaic plagiarism, also called patch writing. It's academically dishonest borrowing where you mix phrases, clauses, or sentences from various sources into your work, making minor word changes, synonyms, but keeping the original structure and meaning. What is wrong with y'all, bro? Like what's happening? And then it's even worse. Once the first brother came up here and asked that, it should have ended right there, Sa. It should have been over right there.
Yeah, you're 100% wrong there, brother. You're 100% wrong. With your slide is 100% wrong. It's not called mosaic plagiarism. That is inaccurate. I'm going to say it again. That is inaccurate. That's not what it is. And you can do it the way you want to do it, but that's not right. Simple as that. And that don't make nobody old. Get the old niggas out of here. They ain't the big homies. Nigga, you ain't listening, nigga, and you can't read, obviously. It's obvious. You do not understand what the hell you got on that damn slide. Okay? Because it's not that. It's not mosaic plagiarism. It's none of the above. You messed that one up, bro. And guess what? That's okay. But calm that shit down, though, man. You just wrong right there. Yo, you got that part wrong, yo. Shit. The hell's going on around here, man? Mosaic play. No, can't do it. That's not it. It's not what it is. It's not how you doing it. No. That's funny. Yeah, yo was a little bit hot about that one. Yeah. Nah, bro, you just got that part wrong, yo. That's the part everybody wanted to focus on. We focused on it, yo. And you got it wrong. So let's get right here. Patch writing. Assumed private intellectual property. Mosaic plagiarism is defined against modern norms of individual authorship and ownership. All right? All right? So, the ancient hymns often works off of what? Stock imagery and controversial structures, shared cultural resources. Right? So, when you was talking about Psalms, all right? Right? It's not it wasn't a single author, man. It's not a monograph, all right? It's a curated collection with editors, with editorial layers, reuse inside of, like across the biblical books. It's typically treated as what, y'all? I said it earlier, yo. Redaction. All right? It's not that. And we can read scholarly work to realize that. Now, when we hungry and trying to be up the religion, that's the way we go at it, bro. All right? But that's not what that is, yo. We don't gotta fight over that, yo. It take everybody 2-3 minutes to put that little piece together right there, yo. That's not hard to get that. It's not, yo. We don't gotta fight. We don't got a name call. But you was.
I think that was when the Rastafari brother came. He was like, bro, did you use the word plagiarization like to get our attention? Yeah, because what type of title is cultural diffusion of the Bible? Like, bro, you don't control what I do. That's why I'm a neo-Gnostic and you're antiquated. You don't run this, damn. You don't deal with it. You're not dealing with it how I'm dealing with it. And I'm not going to deal with it how Ankh want to deal with it. When Ankh want to have a presentation, Ankh could get his old butt up here and do something, but he's not. Too scared, I think. Cats get up here and they act as if they're the authority over the conscious community. Like that, bro, y'all not nothing. And that's respectively. Y'all not nothing, bro. You up here telling me about something you clearly don't even understand. You didn't watch my presentation and you already said that. I ain't watched a lot of the brothers. That was one of your first statements you made, huh? So get off my, you said don't say this, but Nepal said it to me 2 days ago. Get off my show if you ain't watching. Ain't no need of you being here for real, for real. You just not adding on. You just here to hate. And we don't need that here in the Black conscious community. That's one of the first rules that we go abolish. Allowing Black old haters who mad because they antiquated. We getting them out of here. That's the first thing that gotta go. That's A. So when we get to talking about, okay, you said if I'm a Canaanite, how can I plagiarize a Canaanite? Are the Greeks Canaanites? Because I could have swore that that's where you get your New Testament from with the Christ story. Why are they pulling on Inanna? They're not fellow Semitics. Huh? With the Mesopotamians that I mentioned, are they Canaanites? No. So why are you trying to trying to trap me in the box in my own presentation like I don't know what I presented, man? You need to go back and watch it. I know what I said. I know what I read. Y'all real good at putting words in people's mouths. Y'all real good at trying to stir the narrative. Like it's not working today, family. It's not working today. I can pass the mic because I already know, bro. Y'all not working with nothing. Go ahead.
Hey, Sonetta, I'd just like to say this. You let this man call me out my name. So what I'm saying is he's officially on the list. He's a goddamn pseudo. I'm gonna beat the brakes out of this man. Matter of fact, his whole presentation is pseudo. Now I got to turn it down. What you started that shit, Saw. This nigga done stuck his chest out at the wrong nigga at the wrong time. Son, you ain't ready. I'm gonna son your little ass. Since you won't be tough, you won't
set it up. Set it up.
Call me all that, nigga. I got Listen, he been having an itch for me. I came in peace with him.
Call him out, call him out.
No, hey, bro, the nigga is too young for me to call.
Nah, don't do that, brother. Don't do that. Nah.
You know what, yo? You made me break young Pharaoh's spirit, yo. I'm not trying to break his spirit.
His brother's built different, though. He's different.
No, anytime he called me a goofy, he don't know.
I don't believe in aliens, bro.
Yo, no, listen what I'm saying, yo. Anytime he has looked at the work that I've done over the last 15 years and then call me a goofy, he a damn pseudo. He can't fuck with me. Damn. Hey, bro, I heard them brothers. Hold on. I heard all them brothers. You know what I said? I'm going to put it to the side with it. I say, man, I like them brothers right there, yo. I say, yo, if they stay in training, like I got to stay in training, I say, yo, they going to get what they need to get you. If I stay in training, I'm going to get what I need to get you. I didn't stun them, bro. I like that intelligent conversation they bringing. But this one right here, yo, I got to cut the head off the snake. That's what I'm saying. You go, I tell you what, yo, in 2026, yo, it's me and you, bro. Get ready, yo. You go pick.
Just know I'm a Leviathan. You got 7 heads. You go cut one, it's another one just go come, bro. It's like the Hydra.
I don't care about them other niggas. If they ain't got the knowledge, they ain't got it. What that mean? We ain't fighting, remember?
My whole crew more equipped than you.
No, they not. Yo, do you know? Bro, listen. If you can't look at the work I did with Seer and say, yo, I respect him. I might not agree with the shit he's saying, but I can respect him. But the fact that you disrespectful, yo, you unarmed, bro. You don't get knocked out.
You had some straight presentations through the years. Don't get me wrong. You had some straight presentations, but dig this. You admitted out of your own mouth. I got you on video out of.
Yeah, there go the back pedal. I'ma leave the back door open right there. I'ma let him.
He started crying.
I'm gonna do the African thing and leave the window open for him so he can slide out. He don't really want it.
No, he put his chest out there He started backpedaling at the same time taking shots. But little rookie, all we did was critique a fundamental aspect of your presentation, and it is unscholarly. You're anachronistic, and you're committing a category error. You're taking cultural diffusion. These are people culture, and you're equating that to individual scholarship. Those Hellenized Jews which wrote the New Testament are the same Semitic people.
He called them Greeks Canaanites. All right, let me finish this.
His whole presentation was pretty much pseudo. You're right, huh? Honestly, they don't understand. They have no idea.
No idea.
How many pieces?
I'm glad the patience to sit down and watch this whole presentation. I ain't seen.
I got 50 slides, yo. I can't.
And you don't. Everything he said is in one book. I can present one book. You don't need.
The folks out there was doing a good job, though. I thought like 3 of them already was making good points about why, about cultural diffusion, and cultural continuity. So I think they was they were doing a good job of handling them. You know what I'm saying?
It was other people on there that was doing a great job though. Like Hickle one right here, like this guy right here, this guy right here.
Dude, banned something.
Warlord, the warlord guy to get on my damn nerves.
Zion was doing a good job. The band dude, was a good job.
It was spectacular job and cussed me out first. Zion.
My bad, yo.
Shit.
They had me tight. I was about to snap.
You snapped on me first. Get the old nigga first.
You snapped on the whole team.
Church revival. Like
I originally shouted y'all out in the beginning, so you know it wasn't. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, in the beginning, I was like, I had brought out I was using an analogy. I was using a Darwin analogy, and I was like, you know what I'm saying? Big shout out to Ankh West and my brothers over there. You know what I'm saying? And I was talking about, I was using an analogy of Darwinism and how.
We gotta get to talking. Let's finish it. We're gonna get out talking, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ain't nobody over here hating them niggas. Just was wrong on that shit, yo.
Yeah, they were wrong.
Yo, I ain't bowing down on that dumbass. I ain't doing it.
I mean, the title was rhetorical, man. It was rhetoric, man. That's all.
Your own mouth saying, I was pseudo back in the day. I was pseudo back in the day. So if you talking about your work over the years, you even professed out of your own mouth that you was with the pseudo team back in the day.
I know.
When you in the Wapian?
No, listen to what I'm telling you, yo. Listen, I'm saying is if you have not conquered your pseudoisms, you're not ready for me yet. You don't got enough fights under your belt. You're gonna get
Have I presented a pseudoism?
And I'm saying, the slide you just presented only fits for modern times, and you don't understand it. I will debate you on that. You tripping right now. I'm not trying to stun y'all, bro. I think y'all got a fighting chance to separate yourself from the pseudos. But you fighting me, yo? Me? Oh my God. And then
I gave you the definition. You fighting the definition.
Nah, you came in with boxing gloves on, brother.
You came in calling everybody pseudo, man. You came in like that, Unc. You came in calling people names.
Hey, sir. If I could just get in real quick, sir.
Came in like that, family.
Who is that?
This humble. Let me.
All right, humble. Let's go. Humble. Cut your camera on. I gotta see you.
Hold on, I gotta respond after that.
Sir, I've been waiting this whole time. Literally, everybody else didn't win except for me.
Yeah, let them young fighters go. Let them get in.
All right, Humble want to say something real quick. Go ahead, Humble.
I just want to say this, right? Because we knew the side, but we've been doing this for a long time, right? On other platforms, really bringing that heat, really bringing that information. We got the guy, Cosmic Sankofa, Big Brother Ashe, me, Brother Humble Mystic. We got presentations. We got debates under our belt. We do this. We not just some people coming unequipped with knowledge or we got to learn it. No, we already know. That's why we here. We already know. I just got to say that, sir. I appreciate that.
Yeah, say it. Let them know. Let them know.
Hey, listen, y'all come rock with us. Y'all come rock with us on Bigo.
Hey, Humble.
Y'all come rock with us on Bigo.
Yeah, let them know. There's a new sheriff in town, young man. That's it.
Hold on. Can I speak my piece as well?
Hold on. Let God Energy speak. Go ahead, God Energy.
Yeah, I tried to jump in as one of the young brothers that was questioned. Hold on, because what my brother Cosmic was saying was true, because it was a little disingenuous. I do believe in the evolution of humans, from the Homo heidelbergensis, Homo juluensis, Homo naledi, the Jebel Rude findings that they just had. So the procession of evolution of the hominin and hominid species, that is something I subscribe to. But the way you questioned me, you tried to put me in a box as if I'm against those things. And I completely support the evolution of the hominin species and the evolution of all biological entities. I deal with haplogroups. So when you deal with haplogroups, you automatically have to adhere to those scientific things. And I tried to clearly communicate that to you, my elder. So it was disingenuous how you came at us, but we could build on the hominid species because I support that and I know you support that. So I could be an ally to you better than an enemy. But if you want to be enemies, I mean, come on, man.
I choose to be a goddamn enemy. I'm an enemy to ignorance on said subject. This is the guy, very respectful, who said he does not support Charles Darwin. That be like saying, I don't support Galileo, right? And then come back and start talking about gravity. Think about that.
Well, I don't support the germ theory of disease. Fuck that.
Now, I like God energy, right? He ain't even named the hominids. He named Listen, I like bro, right? But they can't be going around here denying Charles Darwin, then start talking about some damn ancient humans, some hominids or whatever, because Charles Darwin was the first one. He made a scientific prediction on that. He predicted that sometime, right, in the distant past, that quote unquote there was a arthropoid apes that humans would have came from, and we're gonna find it. And guess what? We found it. Fact. We found the hominids and the hominae and all that. But it was based off of Charles Darwin's scientific prediction. So you cannot talk about I agree with the heliocentric model and then say, but I don't agree with quote unquote Copernicus. It makes no sense. So they got to make that shift. They can't let the people around them convince them that some kind of way Charles Darwin didn't have a scientific theory. They got to be able to put that together. Now, I'm not saying that was the show to put that together, but that's just the way the show went. You know, shows take a life on air. It's the show within the show. That's the way they want. They wanted to do it, so they engaged. So no, you can't. No, I'm an enemy to that. I'm an enemy to bad information. I'm not an enemy to you personally, God energy, but I'm an enemy to that wild ass statement you just made. Absolutely. Finish. Hey, God energy.
Topic right quick.
All right. Hey, hold on. Hey,
you cannot make this.
Oh no, I gotta go.
Go ahead. You say what? What did you say? Stop it. Did somebody say stop it?
No, it's Reg. Once I see Kassad come up, I said.
No, I ain't playing through no damn Kassad. I'm skipping.
Okay, I gotta go.
I ain't going to no Kassad. I ain't going with him. Hold on.
Okay. You can't hang with this. It's like you in the playpen right now with the babies.
Can I say something?
What you want to say?
Yeah, you gonna make
the topic kind of did change when Ankh came.
Yeah, the topic changed.
But they addressed me before he went, and then you made me wait for everybody else to go.
Part of evolution, and Charles Darwin allows us to understand hominid evolution.
All right, hey, God energy. Send me something in the email so I can, we can get together.
Yes,
I want everybody to know I got to close out right now. We got 4 hours in, and I say you got to get out of that.
Well, I think it's great, man, because the young folks is the future, right? If we get a hold of.
In case y'all didn't know, the future ain't on the shoulders of the dumb youth. The future is on the shoulder of the intelligent youth.
That's right.
So you can't let them get away with it, yo.
You
They'll
can't do
respect
that.
you later on, yo. Just like them dudes on the corner, yo, that didn't want to listen, yo. The ones that listen, yo, they came back and said, yo, you know them damn knockers came out there and niggas had to run and some of us got locked up, yo. I respect you, nigga, because I was walking away. They ain't catch us. I said, yeah, nigga, they been on that shit for years. Them niggas ain't even switched up the fucking shit. Yeah, the knockers come out at 4 o'clock. Close the shop down at 3. Respect them, they're gonna respect you. See, I grew up with niggas that became knockers. When I say knockers, that's undercover narcotic agents. I went to school with some of them niggas. And they say, nigga, when we come out at 4, be gone. I'm like, nigga, we gone. That's the rule. You go to school with them niggas, you talk to them, they say, yo, we come out at 4. Be gone. Don't be still out there trying to hustle. Come on, man. Now watch this, nigga. And we done. Watch this. This is fun.
What they talking about, man, we can sit here and we can learn from them because they got, you know, more power to this stuff as far as they energy and their mind. We, you know, not over the hill, but we still here. So the younger generation gonna carry on, so when we passed away. So I like it. I like it a lot, you know, and I'm not here to criticize nothing. I'm just here to
and that's what I be trying to get Unc to understand, man. Unc, you need to understand. You ain't got no movement if you ain't got these young boys. every time I go to these functions and these rallies, all you see is old people, brother. There's a new sheriff in town, Unc, and you're gonna have to cope with it. You're gonna have to understand, either roll over, or yo, just back up out the way, man, because they coming through, man, with guns blazing. With intellectual guns blazing, brother.
Hey, guess what? So I forgot. You didn't know I had the college students on my side, the young ones. You didn't know that? Yeah, I got the engineers. I got the young scientists on my side. I'll blow them away. Yo, you tripping, dog. Right. There's no movement without the young people, right? But there's no movement with dumb young people.
I know how to get Unc to turn up. I know how to get Unc to turn up, man. For real. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, round them up and watch me shoot them down one by one. Go ahead.
I gotta know I'm an Aries, so you know, my man Brother La says, so I like this. You're right, I like this. I like it when they get pumped up and go in.
That's
right.
So,
yeah, man, I'm an Aries.
Why would you pick young brothers, right, against clearly a goddamn standard around here? But I gotta say it. The team represents the standard of where we need to be as African Americans, or whatever the hell you. Why would you push them up against that? I'm here so they can learn from me and be better than me, like Diaz. I stand on his shoulder, not because I listen to everything he say. It's because the wisdom that he had and the scientific accuracy that he brought changed the damn community. So I stand on his shoulders. That's not little boy and nobody. The problem is when people sit at the feet of the elders. See, if you sit at the feet. But
see, Unc, these young brothers feel that in order to build with you first, you got to come down off your high horse. And they are the ones that bring you down first. They are the ones that pound you down into the ground and then pick you back up. And maybe you can join the BombSquad. Maybe you could join the BombSquad when they pick you back up, brother.
No, you're right. I'm on Mount Olympus, nigga. Tell them to come up to Mount Olympus, nigga. That's where I'm at. Mount Olympus.
I appreciate. Listen, Unc, I appreciate everything you do. And like I was telling you the other day, man, everybody is not scientific. You can't go into people's paradigm trying to move around furniture. Like I said, this presentation was on one thing, and you came with the scientific and literary, which is great. It's great information. However, everybody's not scientific. Everybody got a lane. We kicked it yesterday. So let's keep it 100. Let these boys roll, man.
Hey, Santan, no, I came with the historical academic accuracy on what plagiarism meant in 2026 and what it meant.
Nah, you were wrong. You were wrong, no, brother. You were wrong.
So why don't you get somebody to debate me then, son?
What you call that test?
I'll do that.
Yeah, get somebody to debate me. Plagiarism is the same thing as that. Go ahead, son.
Right. What you call that test you do?
I gave it to them and they all failed it. They failed it though. They failed it.
What you did.
I did. All right.
You know I know.
All right, so yo, we out. Peace, y'all.
Peace, man.
Man, suntan growing like a motherfucker, man. Anyway, man, this for y'all, man. I normally don't show this shit right here, yo. But this for y'all, yo. The ones that stick with me, yo. Yeah, here goes some intelligent young black men and women, yo. All right? I done lectured to them before, yo. This is what we really doing. So I ain't trying to hear that shit. Just because you on Sarnetta TV and young, don't mean you're going to be part of the forces going to move us forward. You can be. But see, this is the level right here. See, they're in their first year college, second year college, third year college, fourth year college, yo. I talk to these dudes. I roll up in the classroom. They're like, "What's up, God killer? Glad to meet you." Man, that was a powerful lecture. These dudes is fire right here. These sisters right here is fire. Yeah, that's the level. See, if you ain't used to being around a level, yo, you just think because you pop up on fucking YouTube, you the level. That's not true. I hang around the level. Yo, these kids is super intelligent. Y'all will be surprised. Y'all be surprised, yo. It take them 2 minutes to break down the pseudo-wisdom. Long as you give them the keys to how to get to it. Oh yeah, dang. Yeah, 2 minutes. Yeah, they ain't stuck like that. See? Take them 2 minutes to go ahead and break that down. See? Yeah, it don't take them forever, yo. That's the point, man. That's all I'm trying to say, man. Nigga, everybody calm that loudmouth shit down, yo. Calm that shit down, man. Everybody gotta calm down, yo. Seriously, calm that shit down, bro. Yeah, calm it down, man. Here you go. Yeah, big up to the bros, yo. I know old niggas around me. What y'all talking about, yo? Big up the band show. Big up the Malcolm, yo. Niggas is fire right here. What y'all talking about? Old niggas, we ain't fucking around with the old. What y'all talking about? Old. Yeah, and y'all talking shit. You know, y'all know niggas on y'all little niggas with that crazy shit. Yeah, Van Shaw motherfucking age. Malcolm ain't much. Oh, I don't know how old Malcolm ain't 50, 30 something. Y'all talking about, yo? These niggas is fine. Y'all can't get with them. Come on, man. Y'all gotta stop playing out here. You don't play with me. Go find spells to play with. Yo, I done fought you hard around this motherfucker. They even had these niggas start talking about primary sources. Fuck out of here. Won't nobody talking about no motherfucking primary sources.
Facts.
Out of here, yo. Come on, man. Let's knock that shit off, man. Definitely ain't trying to hear it. Man, what say y'all, man? What's up to all the bros? We got esteemed guests on here, man. Let me introduce the pseudo killers first, right? And then get to everybody else, man. What's up, Cedric, pseudo killer official, man? What's good, man?
What it do, family?
So she probably could deal with them. So what's up, pseudo killer official? How you doing, bro? What it do?
Yeah. Peace, everybody. Shit, everything good. It's chilling.
Yeah, man. And Benny, what's good, bro?
Peace. Yes,
All
sir.
day, man. The crazy ass wild war child, warlord, Zion warlord, crazy as hell. Rastafari. Yeah, man, you gotta stop playing. And of course, man, brother Reggie, yo, that nigga talk about primaries more than anybody. The hell they talking about, Reggie? Start off with you, Reg. You've been here for a minute. Start off with you, then we can get into the healthy conversation.
Hey, you forgot Savior.
I ain't where you at, Savior? Savior. I think he was. Guess he ain't on. Oh, you on? I thought you was gone. I apologize, Savior.
What up, y'all?
What up? How old are you, Savior?
I'm 47.
Yeah, you an old nigga. I'm playing with
old nigga. You old nigga.
I'm probably the youngest one.
I ain't never thought you no old nigga. That's crazy. I ain't never thought that. I thought you was a little bit younger than that, yo. Yo. But go ahead, Reggie. Hey, Reggie. My has the climate change, bro. Nobody was ever talking about none of that shit. But go ahead, Reggie. How you doing, man?
Thanks. So happy New Year to everybody. Hope everybody has a safe and their families are safe. And let's get through this new year. It's going to be a tough new year, right? The economy, right? Wars is, and they got a plan for our youth. In this whole new world that we're in, that we're not paying attention. So science is important. Unc, I think that the first thing that you should ask them as a elder, right? Is the first, before you even open up your mouth, you're gonna have to tell me if you completed college. I'm talking to the young people, right? If have you, because there's no excuse. So there's different generations, right? There's different generations, but the generations that these I don't know, what are they? Gen what? Gen I don't know, Gen Z or something like that, or whatever the case.
Yeah, I got a year and a half. I got about a year and a half college. I ain't going nobody like that.
You said what?
I said I got about a year and a half of college, so I'm not.
I'm not talking about your generation.
That's not. That might be yours. I'm just.
I'm not talking about your generation. I'm talking about. I'm talking. Every generation has its own. But if you're going to be so non-humble and so bossy, then you're gonna have to explain to me. I'm talking about anybody under 30, right? I mean, anybody really under 30, right? You have to explain to me what is your educational level, right? Now there's self-learning stuff and all of that. Okay, so after we get past what did you complete college? Did you what stage are you in? Because there's no reason why many of them shouldn't have went to college. If they didn't complete it, well, let's hear that, because I hear a lot of braggadociousness, right? A lot of disrespect, old Negroes and old heads and all of that, right? I want to know why you didn't complete college, right? And the second thing is, okay, so there's nobody above you. That's a problem. When there's nobody to critique you, you can't be critiqued, right? And that's a big red flag for me. So the third thing is, what's your agenda? So you want a YouTube career, right? That's what you want. You want a YouTube career? Is that what you're aiming at, right? You think there's money out here in a YouTube career on these subjects, right? Well, yeah, you can become like an influencer. Do you want to be an influencer? But you can't. First of all, you can't come on. Well, Sarnetta's. He will bait you, but he does know that there are some, old timers with some real skills, some real, like 15, 20 years into a subject, right? Their subject that they were talking about was so narrow and so insignificant. And then it shows so many gaps, right? Where's your literature review? Where's your methodology, right? What point, why are you even studying this subject? Are you religious? That was a question that was asked. Were you religious? Why are you doing it? There's lots of questions that we can ask these young people because we don't have to be worried about them because they're not going nowhere. Like they're in a subject, right, where they're not so sure of the identity of the people that live there, right? And the Hebrew story and the Canaanite story, right? What relevance is it unless you're talking about the Bible? If you're not, say what?
Hold on one sec, Reg. So I'm saying they was on par. They was in the fucking station, nigga. I'm not saying they was completely out. They was in the station, yo. And they came on something that they was in par for that. I mean, they was doing what they were supposed to do. I'm saying they gave me back the energy I gave them. So I ain't never tripping off. I ain't tripping off that. Like, I don't expect them to be mute. You know what I'm saying? I was trying, I brought it out of them. That's what I do. Right? Yeah. See where they at. Yeah, I mean, look, nigga.
Well, no, that's fine. And that's what you should do because
I'm saying for me, right? I felt like they was on par. They was par for the course of where they was at. I ain't tripping off that. I'm not.
Right, but there's a lot of other layers that I put on. What is the relevancy and why is this motive study so important? And maybe you should be in a motive study that you can support your family on in a long time. Is this a hobby? Like I have lots of questions for these young people.
I also asked the relevant.
I think it's very important, right?
Whether
you said what?
I also asked.
Who said that? What's very important?
No, I
said I also asked.
I think these conversations are very important.
It's subjective, Reggie.
As minuscule as it may be, I think they are very important because of the impact that it has on society.
So I asked whether it was an academic endeavor or it was a religious endeavor,
Right,
because
you did.
that was
Great question.
important with regards to the title plagiarism, because within the academic setting, you would have to engage with anthropology and
Right.
subject matters where the title plagiarism would be null and void. That was the point I was trying to make. And I said, now, if you're codifying this in a religious context, maybe then your plagiarism would be applicable. So which train of thought?
It was clearly religious because they had the Zayad dude there that's a Israelite or whatever his name is, Chayad, whatever. So it's clearly within that, was in that framework. You know what I mean? That's clearly
Let
what
me
they was
just
at
make
with
a
it.
few more comments, right? Okay.
Yeah, but you can't rock us to sleep though, Reggie. You gotta move it quick. I'll let you rock, but you can't put it to sleep. Get it in, but learn how to pay. Hey, you nigga, you old. Let me stop.
Yeah, Reggie a solo act. He ain't finna let nobody come in. He come right back, slap right back.
I'm gonna do it like this, right? And then you right. It's past my bedtime right now, right? Hey, check this out. I'm a disciple. I'm a disciple of the great.
Here you go.
Watch this. I knew them, right? I sat down there and sometimes I interrupted them when they were studying. And I'm talking about Ben, Clark, Jeffries, Scobie. Those are my main 4 scholars, right? And I sat down there and I sometimes went to, because I was interrupting them, I went to get them lunch. I seen that, right? I seen them. There's levels, right? And then they would test you. They would ask you questions because they really didn't want anybody around them that they couldn't pass the torch to, right? These young people, they don't want mentors. Everything that Ankh and Cedric said to them was problematic. They was testing them. We all would like to be tested. They think that they are above. And when I'm saying the shit that they're talking about is irrelevant, right? Where's my other glasses, right? So,
Hey, yo, they might just not like being Cedric, yo. I ain't gonna say that. They might not, you know what I mean? Like they might not gravitate to us, yo.
No, they don't, and that's the problem.
That is the problem, Reggie. Yes, that is
That's the biggest problem, because if what you can give them is talking points so they can get to the next level, because it cannot talk to Europeans, because the Europeans were saying, you're the ones who's plagiarizing. How you have a conversation about plagiarizing, and you're plagiarizing because you're not really giving any primaries. You're regurgitating other people's work, and we can just tell you who you're regurgitating it to. And the scholar that you're probably using got it wrong, right? So I'm saying there's levels to this game, and if they want a career, right, they have to do better. Sinet is there to do a show. I got that, right? But on the issue of plagiarism, I did a show before them on Sinetta. I talked about a particular document, right? On British Museum 604, right? Setney 1 and Setney 2.
You gotta share the mic, nigga. You gotta share the mic, nigga. You tripping. Share the mic.
Yeah, I got last winner.
Y'all don't want to listen. So guess what? You're right. You're right.
We do want to listen, yo. We just don't want no whole lecture, yo. Just put it in bits and pieces.
Okay.
What you were saying was very very interesting. You just got no
that presentation was kind of pseudo, though, right?
Go ahead, Ben. Go ahead, Benny. Stay right there, Ben. Don't go away. Stay right there, Ben. He talking about not you, Reggie. Benny.
Yeah, brother Reggie, don't go nowhere. I want to ask you something when I have a chance to speak. I know I'm probably last.
Oh, let's Gideon jump in. I thought Benny was going next. I got you next, Gideon. Don't go nowhere, Gideon.
No. Gideon could go. I was just talking.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate that, Ankh, man.
Don't move, Reggie. Come on, come back, Reggie.
I definitely want to give all praises to the Most High in the name of Yeshua. But this is what I want to say to the two elders on the panel. I would say that's Ankh and definitely Brother Reggie. I always say, Ankh, you the smartest non-believer that you and your kind, because I see what you're saying to these youngsters. Mm-hmm. This information not only is going to burn you out, but it's based on false, unverifiable information, which results into everybody having a different opinion on scientific matters. You don't believe in a creator deity, but these brothers do. Some of them believe in a half God and a half not God, if that's believable. So I understand what you're trying to say to them, that you definitely got to get something that's, if you're not going to, because that that all those other gods, that's craziness, but that's why I say, you and your kind, y'all are some of the smartest non-believers that I believe. So to Brother Reggie, this is what is interesting to me, because this is the reason why I feel the youth, and I'm gonna land my plane in another minute and a half, if I may.
You don't got no. Go ahead.
The reason why these youngsters failing is because, again, pointing back to Ankh, they don't have a proper methodology, and they don't have a proper orientation of a discipline. So, Brother Reggie, this is what I'm saying. So if you claim to be a scientist, and you're one, and I'm not saying you say you're Dr. Reggie, nothing like that, but just speaking scientifically, you say you're a scientist, and you shun the ancient Egyptian model. So and from the work that you put forward, like for instance, if you go to your avatar screen, you have the Black City plan. So why don't, I know why you don't teach that to the youth, but if any type of science that you would be in, it will be political science. And the way you operate in that measure is crazy, because when you're dealing with a Black City plan, you're speaking to people across several different demographics, and you got to deal with religion. And this goes to the methodology. When you're looking at the methodology that you present to deny Israelites being Black or they being in Africa, West Africa, you're using it on a faulty methodology. So that's why I say you doing bad in political science. So that's what I want to say.
You're doing bad, baby. You said your Black City plan suit.
You looking for a fight, or you looking to just get beat up?
I get what you're trying to say.
2026. You know how I deal with that? You know how I deal with all of that, Gideon? Right?
Hey, much love to you, Brother Reggie. It's all love.
Yeah, Happy New Year. But it's still what you just said is irrelevant. When I go on these channels and they're talking about a particular subject, I'm going to try to stay on that subject, right? If I choose to talk about politics or law, it's on that particular subject. If I have some knowledge on a particular subject that they're talking about, I will help. I will help, and I make comments. My particular presentation that came a day or two before that was examining a particular papyrus, right, and showing where those concepts came to, right? I used the word stolen only as clickbait, but I said much, much more, because there is a transmission of knowledge for necessity at that time period, where they're competing in culture for the best solution, because they were living in a very religious world. I don't have to go on. So I
would agree.
I give methodology, and Ankh and some of the rest of the people would know before I came on to the platform, right? Nobody was really dealing with primaries, right? And even on the last show, I think someone tried to pull up a chasad or try to pull up a primary, and we asked him, well, what does it say? Right? He want to go, and now, what does it say? Don't pull up a primary without a description. But
let me say this, and correct me if I'm wrong, Gideon. I think that what he was trying to say, that when you have something called a Black City Plan, Reggie, and you have to navigate through all these different demographics, he feels like the fact that you would deny or push that the Israelites ain't Black when they have Hebrew Israelites that are Black, that it can be divisive or wouldn't be beneficial to a social movement when you're denying groups that identifies Black. I think does that kind of in a nutshell what you were
That might have
saying?
been what he said, but
Right, pretty much. And it's not so much, Reggie, that I'm saying you're not speaking about politics or things like that, but you're not operating like politically, like how you move. You know what I'm saying? Like you're gonna have like
how
Muslims,
I move. My
Israelites,
ex-wife just ran. My
like
ex-wife just ran for.
Nuwapians. You're gonna have all type of Black people in
But
this Black City plan.
that's not the point. My ex-wife just ran for mayor of the city of New York. She did not win, but she ran until the last count. My ex-wife, right?
Mean?
What are you talking about?
You don't understand what he's saying. I try to frame it so you can.
No,
better.
I understand what he's saying because he didn't read my. It's simple. When I
can tell by your response, you don't.
When I hear this, right? When I hear this, I know he's not read the Black City Plan.
That's a hard read.
I wouldn't have to read it.
Regardless
I'm
of whether
just saying.
or not.
How
You
old is
haven't
the
read
Black
it,
City
so
Plan?
why am I going to have a conversation with you?
Because you're the biggest advertiser of the Black City Plan. So if I'm reading you right now, why would I even read that?
Because you feel like why would he even subscribe to a Black City Plan when you deny people that are Israelites who claim to be Black? Why would I even subscribe to your
Because the Black City Plan, if he reads it, I in fact do not deny what I talk about is what we can do in majority Black cities and counties as a group. So I talk about all the areas of politics, economics. I talk about inclusion. I know in majority Black cities, there are also white people, right? We need talented people to run a city, right? It's a very inclusive document. It's just that we're the only population who doesn't take advantage of our large populations.
Right. I agree with you, Reggie. I agree that we should take control of our political machine, like from the bottom level, not even worry about the president, so to speak. Like I said, and I'm gonna fall back with
you have
this.
no problem with me because if you
we're not gonna have a 20-minute talk about no damn Black City Plan. This is what we're not going to do.
But I do respect how you teaching them youngsters. Like I've heard 1,000 people say that the Bible been plagiarized, but I haven't seen the evidence of it. That's all I want to say. I haven't seen the evidence.
That's nonsense, Gideon. They just have a flawed understanding of biblical studies.
I think he just because we've had them type of debates. I think y'all still being a little too hard on the brothers. Like they're in that beginning stages. Like I remember before I was an atheist, long before I became scientifically literate, bro. Mm-hmm. Like you couldn't talk to me about I wasn't fully immersed in the evolution at the time I was banging on the Bible. That shit came like years later. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And I had a knack for psychology, but that don't lean you into evolution per se. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I think that they were trying to work it out. And I do say he a neo-Gnostic.
Yeah,
I think great. He said he don't believe in a God. I think that's part of the steps. Like they in that journey.
Yeah.
Where they starting at least, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? No disrespect to Gideon, but they looking to come out of the literal interpretation of the text.
Yeah, they are. I agree.
So I was, I kind of give them props.
They just simply missing certain steps, and it's just
about it'll come with time. It'll come with getting banged on, and what I mean, conversations stuff.
Yeah.
And I think what Sosa just said was key to a lot of these conversations. It's the last part that I think is key about or was it been eaten, the literal interpretation. So many Israelites and Black people, Christians and Muslims, they take these ancient texts literally, but it's only the Bible and the Quran. If they was to sit down and read the Timaeus, they wouldn't take any of the Timaeus literally.
Right.
But see what you're saying, I can't understand it because
I wasn't through, bro. I wasn't through.
Hold on, let me say this.
That's why I said no disrespect to you, Gil. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking from a sinner perspective, not from a heathenist perspective.
Right on.
Excuse me. Man.
We talking as pagans.
No disrespect. Yeah,
oh, man, y'all wild, man.
No disrespect.
Gideon, let me say this. I would like to add this, Sosa. I'm not being hard on Sosa. Like I ain't got time to baby nobody, yo. Shit move fast around here, yo. If you got the shit wrong, we on Solid TV, nigga. What I supposed to let them niggas just? I can let them niggas say that shit. I don't know better.
You came with the plagiarism way later on down the line. You had already banged across the head. You got the plagiarism part like later on. You came and turned the tables over, slap a couple.
Yeah, Unc came in hot, boy.
I saw headbutt a dude, headbutt a guy. I'm like,
wait, that ain't how that went, yo. Son, that I hyped that shit up like that.
Yeah.
And then what y'all don't know, it was already a slight rift between me and Ashe, yo.
Yeah, we already danced the night
I
before.
think that was the first time I met Ashe. No, nigga,
Yeah.
we couldn't fight with that little nigga. So, nigga, here I go again, nigga. And you the one with the wild ass presentation. You think I'm going to say, well, sir, I think you get the nigga not listening. You got to cut his head off.
Yeah. And
you can't play with him, though. You can't play with that nigga. Now, I'm saying is, yo, I left the window open. He kind of took some of that shit back. I can accept that. I came in fucking with Ashe. Shit, it ain't like that's the first time I heard him. If it was the first time I heard him, then I can hear you say that. Nah, nigga, we been sword fighting. We just sword fighting.
Right.
I like the brother. I like the bomb squad, yo. But yeah, I mean, before you raise your motherfucking sword at me, understand that I'm a motherfucking Highlander, nigga.
I'm about to say they ain't pseudo killers.
Yeah,
What we talking about?
Ashe and them brothers, they're missing fundamental steps. And from the time you put a presentation out there, you should be able to deal with critique because that's what you get up there.
Yeah, that's what they on there
His
for, right?
inability to deal with critique, his emotional state of being already said you're not ready and you're not equipped to deal with this, you'll get beat up. Right? Yeah. The other night, he wanted a debate and he wants me to prove a negative. Again, flawed reasoning. So there are fundamental steps that these young men are missing in their process. And all he was trying to do, that's why I asked specific questions. If you're going to take this in the realm of academia, then we're talking about the Near East civilization. That's Mesopotamia, that's the Assyrians, that's the Babylonians, that's the Canaanites, that's the Egyptians, that's Near East. But if I say Near East, ancient Near East, and you exclude Mesopotamia or you exclude the Hellenized Jews, then you are out of your academic league, my young man. And you're making an religious appeal against Christianity, and you reference the pushback you would get.
You gotta give them niggas a chance, though.
I was giving them a chance,
and I agree with Sosa. I agree with Sosa, man.
I wasn't there to fight, but the moment you,
I agree with Sosa. I don't think
and you try to swing,
they just need to get beat up like I did.
Yeah,
they just need to get their ass for a couple times.
You can't take away the beat up, Sosa.
Yeah,
right.
They just need to get their. You gotta actually have that dialogue with them, because I think like if you had like part of why the plagiarism doesn't work, and you had to explain like, yo, these are oral traditions.
Right.
These not trademark. There's not somebody with a trademark.
Right. This is what I was gonna say. Even with like stuff that gets old, like for instance, a Disney movie, right? Once it gets,
did you just skip line?
I'm sorry, I haven't said anything. And everybody's talking. I thought it was free for all now. You know what I mean? On self.
Go ahead.
All right. So yeah. So no, I was just interjecting, and I love Reggie's. Reggie, you brought out that precedent on the what do you call it? Yo, it was amazing, B. I love it. I still use it.
Let me read the chat. Let me read the chat.
Yeah, he's the manager of the BombSquad.
I'm gonna say, I'm gonna lead the team along. I'm the manager.
There we go.
Yeah, Sasa, they don't come for that monkey shit.
But yeah, like I was gonna say, like
we putting up the BombSquad. That's why I put the name in there. You know, I'm but I want people to catch on to the bomb squad.
Yeah.
Right, big them up.
But yeah, with that modern term plagiarism, you know what I'm saying? Legally speaking, like for instance, Popeye. Anybody can use Popeye now, right? Because after a certain amount of years, the copyright infringements and stuff, it becomes so classic and becomes so common to society that anybody can turn around. There's movies and stuff. People are just making movies like horror movies and silly movies out of Popeye, and nobody's getting sued for that. You know, because it's no longer it's not plagiarism now. It's you know, people have the ability to utilize those things. You can't use that modern term plagiarization for old school folks who are sharing books and sharing culture. That doesn't make sense.
Like, how do you prove it? Like, how do you prove that it wasn't their oral tradition? They didn't write it down.
Of course you do, Reg.
So
you know I'm the law line, right? You know that's my field is law, right? Yeah, because I'm not one of these dudes that don't know law. I'm a legal advocate.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay, yeah, just making sure you know that. Yeah.
Hold on. What does that mean?
No.
I'm a legal. So legal advocate is somebody who defends, like, you know, civil rights or a particular class. If somebody is defending African American civil rights, that is and they're legally minded. Like for instance, I have a degree in, you know what I'm saying, in paralegal studies. I work with attorneys and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So I write documents, I read precedent, I know how to study and even shepherdize daggone precedent. So you know what I mean?
You ever read my case?
That's love.
No, I never read your case, but when you brought out that thing about daggone reparations, man, I was over in the stands like,
hey, Warlord.
Yeah.
Charles don't have a scientific.
What happened? You gonna give me the litmus test? I already answered this. I agree with Charles Darwin. Come on, man.
We be trying to get a job at Walmart. And manager.
I'll never argue against evolution, bro. That's the dumbest thing you can do.
I just
want to get a job as a store clerk.
Zion.
Hey, Sosa, can you
yes, sir. Yes.
What'd you say you got a degree in? What, yo? What?
I'm a paralegal. I'm a paralegal.
You can get a degree in paralegal?
Yes, I got a 2-year associate's degree in paralegal studies. I can show it to you if you want me to.
Absolutely.
I keep it on deck.
No. Big up to learn something every day. I learned that. I thought you was fucking.
No. So here it is. So Zion, I just want to give you a pushback.
Okay.
So in Greek practice, there is a word called klope, which is theft, and klepting, to steal, and they use that in Greek in the Greek culture, right, for people who pass off other writings.
Hey man, congrats, bro. Congrats.
For people who pass.
Hey, why is that around Ankh? But he already busted one for talking about they got a scenic degree.
Let me hear what Elder Reggie got to say.
Okay, so in Greek there is actually a word called klope.
You got all the words spelled right on that though, right?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
You ain't got a degree in science, do you, on that moment?
Hey, it don't matter how fast you flash it, bro.
I'll leave Muhammad crazy.
That's Brighton Stratton College, man. It's official, man. It's official tissue. Got the seal and everything on it. Come on, y'all.
Don't let on catch it now. You'll catch one now. Be careful.
Okay.
You're just smart, nigga. You're just smart.
Right.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Like Ali,
Did you pass the bar? Did you take the bar?
No, I'm getting there. I'm getting there, man. I got a little bit of a hiccup right now. I just got like a couple more credits to finish my bachelor's, and then it's off to law school. But yeah,
I saw on the TV and all the community skeptics, nigga, and hit them books, nigga.
All right, brother Reggie.
Right, wonderful. In Greek practices, there's two important words: klope, which is theft, and kleptine, which is to steal. And those words were used to for those people who passed off other writings of other people as of their own ideas.
Okay.
Right. And then there is a Roman authors used a word called furtum, which is theft. Right. Now, Herodotus talks about Thales and a number of other Homer and a number of other early Greeks.
Okay.
Who went into Egypt, right. To get Egyptian information for the Greeks.
Okay.
So that's kind of like military theft, right? Right. Because they need to know what other cultures do. So often lots of military cultures go into another culture, right?
And steal their texts
and
stuff.
steal that. So so the young people didn't put that into context, right? To understand competing cultures, Assyrians and Persians would go into other cultures, and you may not call it stealing, but it was espionage to, in fact, make sure when it comes to warfare and it comes to understanding other people's ideas, that they could best handle them. Their methodology, the brother's methodology, could have been better if he would examine that, right?
Yes.
Or
What they talking about, Reggie?
Would say what?
They wasn't talking about that though, Reggie.
I'm talking about the method. I'm talking about how they could have perfected.
Yeah, they could have bettered the argument.
You don't have to understand it. You know what? It's late.
I get what you're saying.
I was answering his
Reggie,
question.
they was talking about niggas that wasn't even writing yet, yo.
But you know what? I agree with you, Reg, when you said that they should be able to take criticism. That's the thing. Like I even came up there and gave the brother his flowers for the information. Only thing that I gave pushback on was whether the word plagiarism was being used properly in that.
Correct, because of bad methodology. So I don't have to talk about the subject so much as I could talk about the methodology, because they could have shown direct evidence, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. It's
but not from the biblical text. When they talk about those type of plagiarism, that's normally like a one philosopher to another, like Plato.
Right, the wisdom text.
Yes, you take it from one writer. Yeah. Not global writings have been.
That's why you have Amenhotep.
Come on.
You have Amenhotep, right? Which Psalms pulls out direct passages line by line from Amenhotep.
It's just concept, Reggie, and that's where.
No, you haven't studied Gideon. You haven't studied.
I have read that, and I've also read the Psalms or the Proverbs when it speaks of the sun is the shield.
Okay,
those are also what we would call.
Who is the author that best did the comparison between Psalms and Amenhotep?
Reggie.
At this time it slips, but what I'm saying is, I know.
Who?
It's a supposition. Multiple scholars like William G. Dever, like Finkelstein, like Niels Peter Lemaitre, the Amenhotep and Psalms comparison is a hypothesis because it doesn't represent Reggie. It doesn't represent the nuance of the biblical text. How much goes into this text throughout the century. Just simply saying that they got this from this does not qualify academically.
Right. Okay. Well,
there's a mode of transmission that has to be discussed first.
Oh no.
And there's some expectation of imitating. There's an expectation.
Okay.
Indeed.
Many writers and the original writers that were being plagiarized from, like the person. Like nobody knows half of the writers of these things. You know what I'm saying? Like look at Genesis. It'll be like, yo, you plagiarized Genesis. How many writers wrote Genesis?
It'll be like, show me the trademark.
That's why
they just compiled books and snapped them together.
That's why we don't use the term plagiarism.
Ben Eaton, right?
Yes, sir.
So what language did the Nile Valley Africans write in?
I'm gonna assume various amount of languages: hieratic, Egyptian hieroglyphic.
What are you talking about?
Okay, they're all part of what they call the hieroglyphics, which we call the Medu Neter.
I understand, Reggie. Yes, sir.
So any of those, so you would need someone who's an expert in those particular texts in the Medu Neter and expert in the Bible.
Like Ronald D. Rufford.
Ronald D. Rufford. What did he say?
What did he say, Reggie?
You tell me.
Ronald D. Rufford agrees
that burden shifting,
it's not a strict comparison. You should not make the strict comparison because you would then be omitting the nuance of the text, because this text isn't so simple to say one person read. It's redacted, it's written, it's redacted again. It's multiple authors throughout the centuries writing this text. So you can't just say something comes from something. Academically, we have to show a mode of transmission, like the Noah's Ark story in comparison to Mesopotamian traditions. You have to show a mode of transmission, which I personally have. I have a presentation on it. You have to show a mode of transmission.
Yeah, you're gonna do that here.
To conclusively say that, okay, the consensus of scholarship agrees that this story here comes from here, or even in part comes from here. You know?
I have to stop him. I have to stop him. I just posted something in the back.
You don't got to stop.
You can't.
Wrong way you stand. The majority of scholars agree.
Your turn, but you don't have to.
Yeah, you can let them finish and go.
No. I'm sorry, family. I'm finished. Yeah.
Can you please bring up what I just posted about a minimal pay in the back chat, please, or I could just read it.
He wasn't talking about what he's talking about.
The Egyptian influence on Israel.
Chill up. Egyptian influence on Israel and Judah was particularly strong in the reign of Hezekiah during Egypt's third intermediate period. As a result, Hebrew literature is permeated with concepts and figures derived from the didactic treatise of Egypt, with Amenemope often cited as the foremost example. You were wrong, bro.
I don't think you understand what
it's not an argument against. That's not his argument, bro.
I don't think
He's
you
already. He's in the
It said it was the foremost example.
I got you. You got it off of Wiki. You got it off of Wiki. I can show you. I have the book. I can show you every scholar that you just posted. It's from Wiki.
You try to be slick, but you're trying to talk about the mode of
I'm saying you don't understand what that is saying.
I studied the Bible more than you. So I know.
You don't
listen. I don't want to do I don't want to do good more.
Just be crazy.
It's fine.
I know, yo.
It's fine. I don't want to do good more.
Hey, Ben Eden, hold on for 1 minute. Remember when I said niggas don't know when they're around killers? See, they don't know what they listening for. Now I'm sitting here listening. I done heard the young niggas presentation. I done heard what I think I understand. Nigga, I done heard what you said in the last motherfucking 20 minutes. And I'm betting, did you read more of that shit than anybody on this panel? If it was up to me, I would shut the fuck up and keep listening to what the fuck you saying. See, I know when the nigga got something.
What?
You know what I mean?
What, you listen to a person and say when they got something?
No, I'm saying I got a lot of motherfucking scholarly material. This nigga start talking about scholars that I ain't heard niggas talk. I had to read Bible archaeology fucking website and niggas be making them motherfuckers.
Okay.
Nigga, I'm saying this nigga read more just Reggie, go ahead. Sword fight. I'm gonna sit back. Hey,
Eden, go in.
Let the nigga do it. Go
Yes,
ahead.
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So
I'm gonna put my money on Ben. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, and then you got to discuss too why borrowing is not plagiarism, because people can
exactly
borrowing with plagiarism. So that's key. Just because somebody borrows something doesn't mean it's plagiarism.
Exactly.
Right.
I wasn't arguing the.
I'm not talking about you, Reggie. I'm not talking about you, Reggie.
I was arguing.
I'm not talking about you, Reggie. I'm just talking. You know what I mean?
Right. So what was those 2 words, Reggie, that you had brought out? The Greek words. So I can take those notes and put those in my notes.
Have to. You know what? I'm gonna send you my email, and so we could talk further about law and stuff like that.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. So it's reggieMabry@gmail.com. Okay.
Wait, say it again. Reggie.
No, I put it in the chat. Oh,
okay, cool.
I can't because Ankh hasn't made me. I'm pseudo, so he's not made me a. So it's REGGIE.
Okay.
I can send it to him, Reggie. I got him on Facebook. Send it to him right now.
REGGIE Marbury, right?
.MABRY.
.MABRY.
I'm sending to you, man.
Okay. So, okay. So we could just go through a little bit. Uncle's gonna complain, right?
No.
At Gmail.
No, I'm sending it to you. Right
Okay.
now.
Okay. Cool. My bad. Go ahead.
No, Ben got you. Ben Eaton got you. I'm gonna tab out and I'm listening to y'all. I feel like at this point, I think that should better not do.
Nah, so what I would ask the brother Ben is, I heard he say he does make an argument for plagiarism, but I'm kind of figuring it's more towards the Noah flood story, if that's the case, what I would say is this: I definitely believe it's a shared culture that they all, derive from, and then we have, different outlooks on the story. Scholarly speaking, when I say outlook, because I believe that the biblical narrative is the true outlook, but scholarly speaking, or rather speaking as far as the evidence, I believe that it comes from a shared source. And in that case, you can't have no claim of plagiarism. So,
No, I agree, Gideon. I don't make the case for plagiarism in any part of the biblical text. And I think that's where the issue lies, because they don't have a foundational premise towards their study. You kind of got to start from scratch right here, because you're talking about a culture that exists and that originated within West Semitic culture. Ankh talked previously about the term ethnogenesis. Well, there's an Israelite ethnogenesis, and the consensus amongst scholars, whether it's Finkelstein, whether it's William G. Dever, whether it's Kathleen Kitchen, that ancient Israel, the more organic portion of Israel, wherever they may derive from West Semitic peoples, organically originated within Canaan, amongst the people, possibly due to the Bronze Age collapse, where you have so much going on. There's a YouTube video about the Bronze Age collapse, and what's so important about what they talk about within that documentary is that how they use our modern sciences to help us understand how the possible outcomes or the possible mechanism that caused the collapse. And one thing I want people to know about ancient Israel, and I want to help people understand that I understand ancient Israel purely academically, and I want people to understand it purely academically so we can remove ourselves from the nonsense of identifying the text as this historical text, as this divine text, and make it more humanistic and study it like we study Herodotus, like Reggie was saying, and so. But that's all I want to say.
Okay, so I have a couple. I have a couple of questions.
Ready. I'm put your screenshot up.
Okay, so
the sound of the video. Hold on, and the sound of the video, the young brother God, what's his name? God
Energy.
God Energy said that the Egyptians collapsed, and the Egyptians did not collapse during the Bronze Age collapse.
Right.
They did have some problems and issues, but they actually defeated the Sea People. The Hittites did not defeat the Sea People. They lost. They should collapse. It was done.
Yes, indeed, yeah.
It actually caused a lot of trade to be very dysfunctional. That's what happened. They fucked up the trade. And these Sea People bought them slave cities when they really started slaving people to work in the cities and shit like that. That comes with the Sea People. So he got that part wrong. I'm not nitpicking. I'm saying when you have these conversations, it requires you to have accuracy in everything you say.
Yes,
Go ahead.
And just speaking on a general surface level, and the Bible, how I perceive it, it speaks to all of those things, because when we look at the Sea Peoples, I think it's the book of Hosea. It speaks of how the Captorine took over the Philistine took over the Captorine, and we understand that the Captorine were the Mycene people, and the Philistine come from Mycene. And the Bible, when you're looking at it like, the brother Ben said, I'm not speaking for him. When you just look at it as a purely academic history of a people that's not a worldwide history, but it's the history of a certain people, we see how certain things line up, or at least I do, so it's interesting that, we were speaking of that, we definitely come like an ethnogenesis out of Egypt, so that's where I'm at.
Okay, that's fine.
You say, hold on, it's called the Bronze Age collapse. Ain't no Hebrews at the Bronze Age writing shit.
No, sir.
No, exactly. And that's a good thing you say, because a thing that attests to the Bronze Age collapse is the Amarna letters that preceded it. And it speaks of the Hebrew, attacking certain installations in Canaan land. But what we do see at the peak, according to the biblical narrative, at the peak of Israelite hegemony, meaning the United Kingdom of Israel, 1000 BC, we do see a brief quote unquote dark ages, not only in Egypt, but in the Levant, where it's the powers that were, they collapsed for that time. So we do see that. That's another thing that matches with the biblical narrative.
I mean, for anyone who wants to, make sure you can look at the Amarna tablets.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so a couple quick questions. Yeah, a couple quick questions, right? Do we have any surviving text of any Proto-Sinaitic or Proto-Hebrew that lines up that lines up with Proverbs? Do we have
you said two different things.
Proto-Sinaitic text, right?
And then you said Proto-Hebrew. Those are two different
Proto-Hebrew.
Those are two different things.
I know they're two different, but one is Canaanite, right? And one is
no, Reggie. There is no Proto-Hebrew. We attribute that through our historiographic methods.
Okay, so you don't have it.
We apply that term. That's what I'm saying. I'm just
all right. So
make your point, Reggie.
Yeah, I made my point. There's no surviving Proto-Hebrew, Proto-Sinaitic that lines up with in their own tradition. So then where does it come? Does it come after?
You don't get a complete text until around 300 BC, Reggie.
That's right. That's okay. That's fine.
A complete text. You would be crazy to assume that these traditions don't go further back.
Okay. No. But you don't have any evidence of that. You're saying
what
that
would you accept as evidence, Reggie?
Just lines. Yes. Like for example, you can look at the laws, right? The laws, and you could go back to the how can I say the Sumerian, the Ugarit, right? You could go to a number of different laws that were in that time period that belonged to other people, right? So
I wouldn't say they belong to other people. There's just it's universal. These laws are universal.
No.
People don't want to be killed, so you make a law that say don't kill.
No, they're actually written. They're not universal. They have a start date. They have actually a genealogy, right? So the genealogy of a lot of things of the Bible come from the Ugaritic, those major books like Gilgamesh, right? And scripts and sayings that are attested writing. I asked you for attested writing. You don't have any. So my question is, you say that the Bible was, you have a complete text. Can you show me a complete text of the Torah or the Tanakh? Right?
Well, you're asking a loaded question. We really don't like.
No, I'm not talking to you, Gideon.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not talking. I'm talking to my brother.
That's crazy. I don't even understand what's happening right now.
Right. So you don't have anything.
There is no complete text until much later.
Okay. The complete text.
Because you have a complete text, and then you have a orthodox text. They are two different things.
Do you? So what is the earliest date of the written text or an orthodox text of the Torah and the Tanakh?
Of the Torah.
Yeah.
Is the Pentateuch first seen in the Septuagint?
Okay, so
we identified that there was a Septuagint is through the history that we have from our Greek authors. We, as scholars do, they can compile all of these sources to conclude what this text was likely, where it was, how it was developed. Yeah, we're dealing with a lot of likelies. No matter what you're talking about in history, there's a lot of guessing, hypotheses.
No, I got that. We're dealing with possibilities, but I'm asking for evidence.
Yeah,
that's why I asked.
Make your overall arching point,
accept, Reggie, because I don't. What evidence would you accept? Because
make your overall arching point, Reggie. Like, because you're showing me all these slides. I'm getting damn dizzy flipping up the screen.
No. How can I say? So Roger Black is received his PhD on this particular dissertation, which has to do with Amenhotep and the Bible. And
so while you're looking for it, Reggie, I just want to say that again. It's all wisdom text. we even can see in the writings. No, this is what I'm saying. We can even see in the writings. Hold on, Reggie. I just want to say this. We can even see in the writings of Josephus where he even mentions an incident where Solomon was having rather a philosophical discussion. I think it was with the king of Tyre, and his sayings were so wiser than Solomon's at that time. He took that and used it for himself. It's actually documented. So being wise, it isn't exclusive to just Israelites. So that's like I say, that's
unfortunately that's not relevant to this direct conversation. You can't prove
Solomon. Very relevant, because that's the only instance where we see any comparison to any type of claim of plagiarism is in these wisdom texts.
Solomon, so why are you talking to me?
But see, that's another point you're trying to have somebody prove.
Why are you talking
Let's
to me?
stay focused, and that's the problem with the conscious community.
You're not showing
a lot of time because you're letting your bias throw methodology out the window and just come to a conclusion by you moving the goalposts 8 times and not sticking to a certain.
Moving the goalposts.
Yeah, Reggie, just show what you're trying to show on the screen.
Reggie, yeah, well, I mean, I got this guy always cutting in with no evidence whatsoever. So what we would do is
I just cited Josephus.
That's a good slide, Reggie.
It don't do nothing with the it doesn't do anything with the Proverbs and Amenhotep.
No, Josephus is talking about a tradition that he's hearing, and he's writing it down. That's what he's saying.
Say that, Reggie. And say that again, brother. Good brother, who I'm talking to. Say that
Josephus
again.
is writing about a tradition.
Yeah.
But the tradition is what he was talking about. That's all I was trying
to say. But is that really good, brother? What's your name?
Ben.
Beth?
Ben.
Ben. Pleasure,
yes.
Ben.
Yes,
okay. To the conversation that we was having, is that relevant?
I think so. I think it was relevant. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, can I say why I think it's relevant, Reggie?
No, because the slide he got on the screen, man. We were stuck on the.
Okay. All right. So I think 295 is where I really want to go. But what I am going to do is in this short presentation. Summarize it.
What are you trying? Just can you give me a premise? What's the premise?
Okay, so the premise is this scholar Roger Black analyzes the Amenhotep with Proverbs, and in this conversation he talks about borrowing, right? So he's going to use the word borrowing, and so within here I will get to the point where he actually makes a statement that it was most probably borrowed. And in this 395 or so page dissertation, right? He makes argument. I'm not going to go through.
I am familiar with Roger with Black, by the way. So I will let you
scholars agree that it's borrowed, right?
Okay, so Ben, I'm talking to Ben. So Ben,
this is Black's thesis who gets critiqued by other scholars because there's so many holes in determining making accusations, basically just assuming accusations. So I'm gonna let Reggie finish.
Okay, so good, you've read it, right? You're familiar with it. It's hard to get, but you got it.
Reggie, finish, man. You just damn pop quiz, bro. Come on now.
No, and so okay, the primary challenge presented by borrowing. So one of the arguments that he makes is talking about being a borrowed foreign vocabulary, right? Was finding a way to represent it adequately in writing, right? So that is I'm just going to go through where he said borrowed, right? Just to get to the point, right? As we shall see, wisdom terminology is not native to Egyptology, right? But was borrowed, right? From biblical studies, along with the host of controversies and methodological issues which do not directly concern the study of Egyptian literature per se. The term "ma" literature also allows us to focus on specifically Egyptian. Okay, so this was what he said was.
Do you know what that means, Reggie?
Yeah, he says what he's saying. What
I'm just trying to figure out where he is saying it from, right? Because I only went through borrowing, right, to say to find out what he's saying with borrowing, and so I could be looking at some other commentator, right? So he's saying, okay, so whatever it is saying, these concepts of didactic could not be borrowed from biblical, right? Because this is earlier. This is earlier than the biblical. But Ptah-hotep is earlier than we have any Hebrew writing, right?
That doesn't make the rule, Reggie.
It doesn't make the rule that
just because something is earlier doesn't mean that this comes from that. You get what I'm saying?
Right. So wisdom, but so all he's saying is wisdom is not only in Egyptian, but it's also in what you call biblical studies, which is a wide range of looking at what happens in biblical studies, yes, right? Where those things come from, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So let me see. There's no sure reason that the author of Amenhotep has ever seen Mentuhotep Stela, right? Much less than he borrowed it. So he's talking about transmission, right? But I'm going to get to right. Okay. It says, okay, in short, many parallels with Amenhotep left out about which direction the relationship went. The author of Amenhotep could not have borrowed. The author of Amenhotep could not have borrowed from Proverbs. So the editor of Proverbs must have borrowed it from Amenhotep because of some of the things I was saying about, he was saying earlier about loan words, loan vocabulary, grammar, right? Those are the things that he talked about, right?
Can you finish reading, Reggie? Can you read the paragraph under Ehrman's theory?
Yeah, I am going to. The author Amenhotep could not have been borrowed from Proverbs. I'm getting that. So the editor of Proverbs must have been borrowed from Amenhotep, as one observer later summarized Ehrman's theory. So I guess this is Bar Ehrman. No, not it's not Bar Ehrman. It's another Egypt. So in the Persian period, perhaps one of the Jews who was then living in Egypt became acquainted with the wisdom text of Amenhotep, which was probably used as a school textbook. He made this accessible to his fellow believers by translating it into Hebrew, or possibly Aramaic. He substituted Yahweh for God and made such other changes as would make it suitable for the Jews. He left it divided into 30 chapters, but this excellent little book had the misfortune to fall into the hands of collectors of proverbs and sentences who did not go about their work very intelligently. Finally, in a much mutilated form part, it was incorporated into a collection which makes up the third section of our book of Proverbs.
Can I say something, Reggie?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand what I'm saying now? How many assumptions are in that paragraph?
Several assumptions.
Exactly.
Right, but
they have been a Jew may have, or the Jews, this strange group of Jews, may have been equated with the wisdom literature of Amenhotep.
Yes,
you see how many assumptions has to get made first to come to that conclusion that scholars will have to critique, have to review in order to make that conclusion. That
I have no problem with that. I have no problem with that method.
This and is just by the way, this is a very old. This is a very old book from Ehrman.
Okay,
that's why
and watch this. And I accept that. And I accept that. What I'm making the case on here on the issue that they're having the conversation of borrowing, right? Right. So
no, I think the biblical text is heavily influenced by Egyptian literature. I just don't agree in the mode of transmission that you're assuming. That's all.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so
I'm saying, like, even if that is the case and it is borrowed, it's in the proverb, which is like, like
this is general, general.
It's called it's the writing is collections of saying.
Yeah,
right?
Wisdom text.
Instructional wisdom. So it's not really. It traditionally is assigned to Solomon, but it's not like a sole author, so it's still.
That's fine. I hear that. I'm gonna get to another point, right? So I guess this is not Budge, but this is someone that Budge was talking about. Either way, we must suppose that some of the Old Testament writers borrowed from, or at least were influenced by Amenhotep, or else we must be prepared to acknowledge that Amenhotep was acquainted with some of those Hebrew writings, which later became part of the Old Testament.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be either or. You get what I'm saying, Reggie?
That's fine. You can raise that.
It's a spectrum.
I have no problem with you raising it.
Yes, sir.
I have no problem with that. That's scholarship. I accept your method of inquiry up until a particular point, right? So, the next salvo in the dispute was fired in 1929 by Herzog. He quoted Austin Faber, but when even further rejecting not only Ehrman's theory that Proverbs borrow from Amenhotep, but is also Oakley's postulation of a common document from which both had been borrowed, right? Citing everyone from Goetz to Ibn Jazz and Herzog maintained that none of the alleged parallels between Proverbs and Amenhotep were compelling, and that all could be explained by recourse of the stock of proverbial sayings and motives that were the common property of human culture. I accept that, right? Okay, this author also dismissed alleged Egyptian influence on the book of Proverbs as insignificant, and certainly less than that of Mesopotamia, on the grounds that if Egyptian influence had been sufficiently strong to impact Proverbs, we should be able to detect it more strongly in many other books of the Hebrew Bible.
Yes,
right.
Indeed. There you go.
What? But no, wait. I accept that. Right? I accept that. I'm just reading into the record, right? For a conversation. So these are the things that scholars, if I gave you a one-sided approach, it would be easily to not accept it, right? Okay. But so reading into the record, I'm just reading into the record, but it says, starting right here, now it seems that Proverbs could not possibly have borrowed from Amenhotep, right? Wait. But Amenhotep could certainly have borrowed from Proverbs. That's one person that is actually saying. So they're going to go into further conversation, right, about that. And then you would have to do what you would have to do is you have to look at timelines, right? So if I gave you a dissertation that didn't look at both sides, then it would not be a dissertation. You agree with that?
No, I agree, Roger. Yes, sir.
Right. So what he's reading into actually reading into the record was the fact of the matter is, okay, there's didactic information, right? That is in that period. What I'm asking you, right, is to show me any evidence of the didactic information that could have contributed to Proverbs. That's what I'm saying. So the rest of this is a line by line connection of Proverbs and
I don't know, Reggie. You asking me to reach into time to search for information we just don't have.
Okay, so
academically we just
let me ask you this though.
There's a large amount of data we are just missing, and we have to acknowledge.
Let me ask you this though, Ben. Aren't even though you can never be certain, right? Within certain realms, they work with a certain level of what they would call confidence, right?
Yes,
sir. Are there not certain proverbs that they have that there's a realm of confidence that they would equate to borrowing?
Yeah, maybe. All I'm saying is I'm just addressing the methodology.
Right.
Like I said before, I agree, and I can absolutely show Egyptian influence through lexicology, through just the nature of borrowing because the empire is popular. It's so much to it. I'm just saying that in order to say, something in confidence, we have to go through these methods of critique, as far as to say that, was stolen from this. And I agree. I'm cool with borrow, you know, or if that's what you want to use, that's cool. I'm cool. But to say plagiarize and stolen,
we're not saying that.
You know, I got you. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not saying that. What I'm doing is,
but the methodology is the same. In my opinion, in Ehrman's approach.
For the people that is not familiar, right, who's never seen a properly done dissertation on a very hard subject, that if you didn't do it right, you wouldn't pass your dissertation. They have to put in the back and forth, right? And so I'm just reading into the record, right? What people have said. The first response to Jordan came from Pierre Montel, whose 1959 book, Egypt et al. Bible includes 17 passages from Amunot. Monet, who was clearly a party to Ehrman's consensus, effectively disposed of Drichen in a single sentence. One cannot read the instruction of Amun Oped without being struck by its authentically Egyptian character, a character that could not possess to the same degree if the author had borrowed from a foreign work, right? So obviously it says what it says. It has an Egyptian character. So now I want to ask, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, because what I wanted to do is just read into the record. And so let me stop sharing the screen and just ask thanks for the time, right? Thanks for the time on this. So now we can go into other books, right, to show the very Egyptian character that finds its way into other biblical themes. So I get a whole presentation on BM 604, which is the Setni 1 and Setni 2, well, really Setni 2 of Osiris. Are you familiar with that?
Say it again, Reggie. I'm sorry.
Okay. Are you familiar with the story of Setni and his son Osiris?
No, sir.
Okay.
So Reggie, can I say something real quick to what you're saying? So when I'm like, if a person was to sit up here, what I'm interpreting your article is saying is that that's kind of basic. So when we look at the instruction of Amenhotep, however you pronounce that, that should be like 12th century, 1200 BC. And when we look at the Proverbs, that doesn't come into being literally, or rather orally, until we have the kingdom of Israel. So, like, chronologically speaking, we can't say that the Egyptian writings are taken from the Israelite writings, because that's like putting the cart before the horse. But this is what I'm saying, and what other people who have that kind of say the same thing, or what, you know, people like Ben Eden, and I don't even know his discipline or whatever. That's what he's trying to say, not exactly how I'm saying it, but I'm gonna read the source that I told you earlier about Solomon. When we look at the Antiquity of the Jews, is book 5. And I said it was Proverbs, but it's basically it's wisdom. So this is a source. It's 2 sentences. It says, he says also that Solomon, who was then king of Jerusalem, sent riddles to Hiram and desired to receive the like from him, but that he who could not solve them should pay money to them that did not solve them, and that Hiram accepted the conditions. And when he was not able to solve the riddles proposed by Solomon, he paid a great deal of money for his fine, but that he afterward did solve the proposed riddles by means of Absalom, a man of Tyre, and that Hiram proposed other riddles which Solomon could not solve. He paid back a great deal of money to Hiram. This is what which Diaz wrote. So what I'm trying to convey to you, Reggie, is that these type of ideas bounced off nations culturally. That's how they exchange, transmit, and they, you know, that was just the pool that they had amongst each other. So when you're trying to say somebody exclusively stole, and I'm not saying you saying that, but when, you know, your youngsters say that people plagiarize, that's like That's like what we call like a thumbnail. That's like, you know, clickbait, you know, and we trying to get past that. I never try to make nobody believe in the Most High. But what I do fight against is bad methodology and just making erroneous statements that you can't prove.
Hey, something about the Most High.
Yeah, man, we got to get past. Y'all got to get past teaching people just to say the
now
abstract.
let me return. Let me just return to Ben. Let me return to Ben for example. Okay, so my problem is you put in characters that we can't prove. Now, who we can prove is Hezekiah, right? In that period, right? We cannot prove Solomon, right? So just mentioning that is just it doesn't help. So
No,
Ben,
it was the tradition Josephus heard. That's why he wrote
right,
at the end.
right, but
says,
he wasn't there. Yeah,
That's all.
right. So he heard the tradition, right? But the tradition doesn't help, right? So then we go into so this particular source is a source of examples of writing from the 12th century BC onward, right? So when we start at this time, right? I'm going to be bordering on not respectful, but I have to do this, right? When we look at the specimens that we have in the 10th century, right? What we will look for is anything that deals with, right? With anything that deals with the Bible, right?
Street Sufis in the building. Street Sufis in the building.
We don't have,
peace.
What we don't have is we may have fragments that you could say connect to the Bible, but not just fragments, but not make the Bible, right? So you have harvest, you have like this particular the Gather calendar, right? I would expect in the 10th century to 10th to 9th century, what I would expect is to see biblical passages. No, I just see harvest. So I can respect that from these people, right, as they are making their way through history, right? I can respect that. So then we go into the servant of Yerbim, first half of the 8th century, right? Okay, I am looking at all of this for biblical stuff. I don't see it. Then we have what Ankh showed us many years ago, the Pithos A of Kuntulit, right? Ankh was one of the first people that actually showed Yahweh and Asherah, right?
Yeah, Kuntulit El Edrud inscription. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then we have, watch this. So we have, say, Shiwa, the king, say to Yah, right? And Yahweh, and I bless you on behalf of Yahweh of Sumerian and his Asherah. Now, when is Proverbs supposed to be happening? When biblical, I can look it up, but you tell me, what biblical time frame is Proverbs supposed to be written?
It depends on how you want to interpret the text. You have the documentary hypothesis. You have the supplementary hypothesis. We are just not certain about when these texts are being written, and
right, I accept that.
And the textual or the textual material that they are being influenced by, or the writers or the redactors. That's why Dr. Joshua Bowens often say, "What redactors?" Because although we know that there were editors to the text, we can't say who they were. Okay. We don't know who they were. We don't know what they believed. We can assume based on the text, but we don't know. All I'm saying is I don't know.
Okay, I got it. So there's a lot of don't knows. I got that. Well, what we do know is the actual archaeology. And then when we scraping through the actual archaeology of this chicken scratch, right? And I'm saying this because it could be Canaanite, right? To a point where we actually see that is in fact Hebrew, right? For it to be Hebrew, okay. So there's
there's a combination of El and then there's Yahweh. When it comes to the Bible, you're looking more for when Yahweh is firm. Agree or disagree? Otherwise, it's El, and El is Canaanite.
I disagree.
Why do you disagree?
Because I don't think the text was written uniformly.
Okay, great.
It depends. I think it depends on the cultural context as well in the time period, because you have people who were henotheistic, polytheistic, still traditionally Israelite, and then you have Judites, post-exilic, pre-exilic. And then you have in Elephantine the Egyptian garrison, the Judite garrison that was stationed there by the Assyrians. Everybody, these Judites are believing, these Israelites are believing all different things.
Got it.
Depending on the time period you're talking about.
Okay, so paleo writing from Siloam Canal, Jerusalem, second half, 8th century. Well, I would expect in this particular period that it's firmly in the Jerusalem 8th century BC that that the Bible is firm, right? This is not. I don't think this is not. This is slightly before Hezekiah, right?
I don't think the Bible is firm.
Right. Okay. Neither do I. So when we're reading this text, then what we do is find out. They're doing some type of construction or something like this, but I don't see no big Yahweh anything. But when I get to the seal of sin, 8th century BC, right? Now I have Egyptian influence. So now we start talking about transmission. Yes. So now I see a very acute Egyptian influence in the seal of sin, 8th century. I can see the seal of Zach, 8th century, a very acutely ancient Egyptian motives and iconography. And then, right? But I'm waiting for the Bible.
But the Bible speaks to that as well.
The Bible don't speak to
even in early Hamitic exchange or habitation. Yeah. They've always been, as even speaking as far as war, they've been allies. The Shemites actually were allies against the Egyptians with Nubia. So, it's always been a close relationship with
vassal relationship.
Shemites and Cushites.
It ain't a close relationship, it's a goddamn vassal relationship. You are paying the
No, that's Egyptian. I'm speaking of Nubian. But yeah, go ahead. They definitely were vassals with the Egyptians. Definitely.
Wait, at this
they relied upon the Egyptians to save them from. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I know. See, worse than that, the Nubians at this time period, right? You have the Nubian kings. The Nubians take over Egypt, right? They have what you call the double kingdom, and so the influence is Egypto-Nubian. Or in this case, Nubian Egypto, because they actually take over. And
speaking of the 18th dynasty, right?
No, sir. I'm over here in the 8th century, sir. Please do not interrupt, right? So please. So a distinctive Egyptian iconography, right? With some elements of a people that doesn't seem to have a scribal school because they're not writing anything largely. Right.
Well, you got to understand, we really ain't start writing until we made the kingdom of Israel. That's the only reason why people established writing.
This is the time period of the kingdom of Israel.
Right. So we
stop interrupting.
So we definitely see evidence of Paleo Hebrew before 1000 BC. We're not going to see extensive writing, but we do have archaeological evidence with
archaeological evidence, sir.
Okay, so what are you speaking against it for? Like that's not bolstering your position. Unless you're doing you're pinpointing something, you're being like you're making a loaded presentation. Like when you're speaking to people who really have the information,
you don't have no information.
And that's what Ankh is telling the conscious community. Y'all got to get past the surface level methodology.
Wait a minute, yo, y'all ain't let the street safety talk yet, yo?
No. So let me just.
I'm just listening. I'm just listening to him talk about Iron Age people. Iron Age people.
I am just listening and fascinated.
We do have the letter of from Arad, the end of the 7th century BC.
Okay, man.
So we're getting closer.
So I'm just saying. I mean, the Hebrews are Iron Age people. I mean, I get what they point when the earlier point I've been off and on when they were talking about they were Canaanites. No, I'm saying when they were talking about they were Canaanites. You know, they are the same.
What Reggie doing, man?
They're the same type.
Reggie quits.
Right, and goes. Yes, I'm just letting people know. Listen, this is the consensus. We don't got to keep arguing this shit. They are Canaanites. They are West Semitic peoples.
Yeah, West Asians. You're Asian.
I'm getting to the point that I'm with the artifacts that we actually have.
I didn't know you and that motherfucker fucking it up.
With the evidence that we have, I guess I stopped there and screen. With the evidence that
Ben,
we
I hope you
have,
ain't let that man run rampant, yo. They gonna make.
All right.
I'm with some pushback. I know when Reggie done went in there and grabbed something.
Yeah, you're right. So when I'm listen, I could talk to Ben, right?
So you ain't let him do it, did you, yo? Come on, yo.
You know, man, spinning pages for 10 minutes got me dizzy. You're a professional hijacker, man. I started having seizures and shit, man.
Yeah. I was wondering, is it only me?
Oh, my whole point is if you got evidence of Proverbs or anything past chicken scratch, please show it.
We don't, Reggie. That's what I was trying to get you to understand. We don't. We just don't have enough.
Okay, thank you. It's Gideon.
Archaeological data. We don't got textual data. We just don't have enough evidence to make conclusions.
I didn't know that you're an Israelite.
Yes, sir. No. Real Black Atheist, bro. Well, I can't say that no more. I'm not abandoned the shit. So
I ain't abandoned right here.
I ain't abandoned that, bro.
You're right here with me, bro.
All right, right on.
I'm a real Black Atheist.
I appreciate the scholarship. I love ancient Near East history. I think I could,
You'll say I done abandoned it.
I just want people to move on from this shit.
Okay, I'm done. I'm really done. That's it. Thank you for your time. You are how can I say you are structured, right? You're honest, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't have a problem, and I know that there's back and forth, and there's much more literature.
Yes, debate. It's always debate, man. Yes, indeed.
Right, but to people that I could talk to.
Big up to the barbarians is in the damn chat, man.
We get in with no evidence whatsoever.
Big up to the barbarians, yo. They special, yo. They in the chat.
We're getting in with no evidence whatsoever. Doesn't even know what he's looking at.
Oh yeah, get in and believe it, yo. You can't talk to him the same way. He thinks from the house of you like the house of Yara, the house of you.
Man, Gideon's a real Black Israelite. Y'all tripping.
But see, this is what crazy. Like, y'all be the ones that want to drag people into the BC era, into the Iron Age. I stick with more pertinent evidence or information as far as how it relates to us being in West Africa right before the slave trade. So that's what I be speaking on, but y'all be ducking from that. I straight up ran Rob Bourne and all them. Like, so now they doing American civil rights history. They used to be in West Africa, but when they were scared to face the evidence, they became civil rights activists and, but I'm just about the information, man.
Stop it, bro. Like, you get a pass around here because you're just nice.
I like my own pass, man.
Stop that nonsense. They know West African stop the bullshit. Not around here. No damn Black Hebrew Israelite. Y'all sound stupid. Everybody counting y'all fools. Listen. It's 3:00 and my special is done.
Hey, Gideon, let me ask you a question, yo.
What's up?
How the hell did an Israelite get all the way in motherfucking New Orleans?
No, that's crazy, right?
Hell of a motherfucking trip, yo.
That's a story.
Why would a motherfucking New Orleans, nigga?
That's a story.
Yeah, man.
Y'all gotta be kidding me. That's some fun. I'm fucking with you though, yo. That's wow. So you saying when you wake up every night, yo, you really think that your ancestors was fighting against the Phoenicians, yo? You really think that?
To be truthful,
being honest, I'm just trying to figure this out.
I could have been part of the Phoenicians that were fighting the Israelites. I could have been. I could see. You got to understand, like,
a mix of genetics in that region.
When I'm speaking of an Israelite bloodline, that's a very old bloodline. So
Israelite bloodline.
What is that? Teach.
If I step out it, like, that's why when I hear people say that, I believe I'm an Egyptian, or because you have those people that migrated into West Africa, all those cultures.
Are you a red nose from the Gator line? If you low down Georgia, you have the Gator line, and down up south you have the blue line. Because if you're are you a dog? Are you a goddamn dog? You talking about?
Let him explain his thing. Hold up.
I want to know which dog he is. I want to know which specific dog he is off of which breeder, because he's talking about a bloodline. You're a damn dog.
Go ahead, Goldie.
I think that a lot of people believe like the Sahara Jews that was in the Sahara at one time, or when they hear terms like West Africa, like when like the Sephardics was living in Morocco, which is Northwest Africa, or the Ladino Jews who played a role during the Portuguese and the Mindi groups. A lot of them mixed into them, but these were not black people. None of them, not even the Sahara Jews. If you look up the Sahara Jews of the Sahara, they're not. None of these people are classified or black people. So when you hear terms like West Africa, we tend to believe it's talking about southwestern portions of Africa, not just the whole. You see, we look at West Africa like it's talking about Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal, Mali, the deep interior portions of where we come from, the Biafra regions. And it's not talking about that because they never made it there. Now, if you're talking about Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria, some parts of Elephantine, some parts of Mali. Yeah. Now if you're talking about now Hannibal, which means one glorious of Baal, or one worthy of Baal, Hannibal was a Phoenician. Those were the Phoenicians. They were in North Africa, in Tunis or Tunisia. So all those people, and they were not black. They were all Palestinian-looking people. Let's just give these people credit for what they are. Palestinian-looking people.
Facts, it goes. Yes, sir.
From inception.
Well, see, that's why I would differ at, because I believe that now I'm at to take you to shut up, Cedric. Now I'm at to just take it straight up, shut up, because now you're just being like ignorant. Like you say you're a scientist, man. Now you're being ignorant. What you do? Clean beakers? That's all you do? Like I'm trying to see, like if you just like.
Who is
keep it simple, man, because the conversation's gonna devolve, man.
Yeah, man, you want to get ignorant, man. I guess he like people to talk to him stupid.
Ignorant terminology. Keep talking about a bloodline as if you're a dog. You're a breeder.
Everybody got right.
Dogs. What type of bloodline you talking about?
Oh wow.
You know,
go ahead, get in.
Yes, sir. Talking about a bloodline.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So. I believe that all those people, the Carthaginians, Phoenicians, the ancient Egyptians, Israelites, all those are what I would say we would call sub-Saharan black people. And what Ngozi is talking about, what Ngozi is talking about as far as like the Sephardic Jews, those people in their origin are what we would call black people. I don't relate the bulk of. I don't.
Let's get that
straight. And then you gotta define
right.
Define it.
Right, and I know that's I'm just speaking like black. So, I mean, we can get into that, but I'm just giving you my. So to Ngozi,
no, he said
Sephardi, when you said the Ladino, there's a book called The History of Venezuela, written in 1527. Speaking of the history, there was a Ladino named Miguel Barra. He was a Ladino. He was a black. He was quote unquote black. He was a black Israelite, black Jew, and he actually established a kingdom in Venezuela for a short period of time. This was a black Ladino, a black Jew. So when we look at the origin, when we look at the origin, the written documents, we can find that it discloses that those Sephardic people were black people.
So let me respond to you right quick. So I want to correct myself on something. So The Latinos were admixed because they mixed with indigenous Mandinka people or Mandingos. When you read the literature, I know about the book that that you're referencing. The Latinos, some of them were black because they mixed with the Mandingo people of northern Mali at the time. Just like you have some Jews that integrate inside of some black populations, but they didn't start out that way. Nor did the Phoenicians, nor did the, that's just one group of people. Now, if you look at the Sahara Jews that live in the Sahara, they're not black people. So if you're talking about the Latinos, which they did mix with Mandingos, you see that in the literature. It talks about them. But that was not what they started out as. The Jews they look Palestinian like. And if you look on PCAs, right, when they look at certain ancient samples, the closest population to ancient Jews today, if we use as a proxy, will be the Samaritans or Christian Palestinians.
Because they stayed in the
That's
land.
it. They stayed in the land. That's it. And if you see, so even with ancient Egyptians, you don't have to be a sub-Saharan African to be an African. Egyptians are 100% African, but they were not sub-Saharan Africans. They were North Africans. And if you're going back from the Old Kingdom sample, it matches up with Neolithic North Africans. And Neolithic North Africans is a merge between pre-Protean Neolithic and admixed already Ibero-Mauritian type groups. So that matches up with Epipaleolithic Libertines or Neolithic Libertines already. They were already close to that.
He's smoking, boy.
Right. So that paradigm I'm not even a part of, and goes it because you're gonna run that down like a grocery list. This is what I'm saying. So when
what?
Right, yeah, he gonna run it. It's like, I'm not. No, we're not even about to do that.
Gideon say, hold on, man, I'm just reading the Bible.
Oh nah. Yeah, but nah. So when I'm saying that, and we can have the discussion about sub-Saharan black, because that is that's a misnomer, because what we describe as sub-Saharan black people, they were all over the known world. So when I'm saying sub-Saharan black, I'm ascribing to a phenotype. So when I say the Sephardic Jews were black in Spain, when I'm starting off is a foundational base, and that foundational base starts as early as the 1st century, and as far as early as the writings of Tacitus,
Ladies and gentlemen, that was
I go by the historical document, man. I'm going by historical documents, man. I'm gonna fall back, man. I'm going by historical documents, man.
That bloodline breathing thing got you pseudo.
We gotta
y'all scared of the information, man.
Say this to you, King. Hey, brother, you have every right to have your belief, brother. But I want to say this. In the early 1800s and late 1700s or early 1900s, you can even find Mediterranean Europeans in certain portions of the world amongst blondes or whiter skinned Europeans. They are classified them as Negro. You can see literature as that. So we have to be very cautious when we read old literature and it's describing people as dark or negro. You got to be very cautious, because Negro don't only belong to the sub-Saharan black African in a specific time. Right, so we read
the Spaniard. But go ahead.
Right, so you can have a man that looks something like a Puerto Rican, right? Or I'm not even going to say them, just a man from Spain. Olive skin, dark hair, dark eyes, and in some literature they will be classified as Negro in a specific time. It wasn't just a word for black sub-Saharan Africans. So when you hear terms in some of these old books about the Jews, you will find a term where they call them Negro. They're not really, just because we see that. I'm not talking about you, but I'm saying when some of us see that, we think it's talking about a man with congoid features, prognathism, rectangular orbits around a socket, specific avalers.
It depends on what time you're talking about. If you're talking about in the 1800s, that's late. Yeah, you have a lot of, and by that time you have a lot of admixture in the European population, so they are going to be called swarthy from that original African that came into them. But in earlier writings, when you see people with the last name Negro, or they're called Negroes, that's based on them being so-called sub-Saharan African.
But
The only reason people are called swarthy is because they have African admixture. That's according to the historical record.
Right. But listen, though, brother. Dark hair and dark eyes or dark features would have been classified as.
What you talking about? What you talking about,
Yeah, you gotta stop it, yo. You setting off all kinds of.
I can share my screen if you want, brother.
Yeah, get in. You didn't over.
Yeah, now when we read people like Strabo saying that the Israelites come from the stock of the Egyptians, and when we don't fall for the okie doke and think that the Egyptians are some type of Mediterranean olive skinned green people, and you know that they were what we call sub-Saharan Negroes in their origin, then you can logically conclude that the Israelites are what we call black people.
Hold on, pause.
When I say Israelite, you did not use the term Israelite.
Hey, I'm driving, right? But if you get a chance, I want you to look up Strabo's description of Egyptians, because Strabo didn't say it the way, like, I don't know how you interpret it.
He lists 5 nations, and all those 5 nations in their origin are what we would call black people.
But listen, though, I want
all 5 of them. I know the source. I know what you're talking about.
Right. But he didn't describe the Egyptians as being black the way we think they're saying it, right? Like, I want the audience to look it up so they can understand what Strabo was saying when you describe the Egyptians, right? You also have old literature when they said the Egyptians in the north look like the people in India, and the people in the south look Ethiops or whatever. So we have
and
to
the
be
people
very
in India looked like Ethiopians.
Northern Indians. It was a distinction in a lot of that literature. It was a distinction. The Egyptians were not. The Egyptians could, like you see today. The people in Egypt today that ranges from dark to light still look similar to their ancestors, especially the Sadis or the Copts or the Fehelahim. Those people still look similar to their ancestors.
All those are new names you're talking about, Ngozi. The original, the first ruling dynasties of Egypt are what we call niggas, Negro people, point blank period. I don't know what the DNA, I don't know what you think the DNA telling you, bro, or what water migrations is saying to you, but the architecture, the literature, all that speaks to them being coming from black people, period.
And actually,
you're not gonna lose me with no DNA, genetics, and all that, because y'all don't know what y'all talking about with that
Egyptians
stuff.
were never identified as Negroes because you have the Hermetic hypothesis.
Correct.
Where it separates them from Negroes. Negroes is a specific group of sub-Saharan African. They are talking about sub-Saharan, the barbarians and the primitive savages that they're talking about. They're talking about us, our ancestors. They're not talking about
those people come from an earlier stock.
Let's talk about the Arab, right? When the Arab come into Egypt in 641 AD, he describes Egypt as Mizr, and he calls Sudan Bilal el-Sudan, the land of the black. There's a difference between Mizr and the people in Sudan that he's seen. When he come into Sudan, he's called them the land of blacks, Bilal el-Sudan, the land of blacks. That's all of the Sahel belt in sub-Saharan Africa at one time. Egypt was classified as Mizr. That's different. So evidently there's a difference in what these Arabs are seeing when they get there. Now,
they classify them different.
Egypt from antiquity separated themselves from this quote-unquote Sudan.
So let me just give you an example, brother. So if I take you to Socotra.
Yeah, my phone died. My phone died. Shalom, man.
Okay, brother. So if we look at the people in Socotra, Yemen.
Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice.
I'm sorry, if we go to Socotra, Yemen, south, and we look at them. If we seen them on the wall.
Out of there, so,
oh, he left? Oh, okay, he left.
No, keep doing your thing, it goes. Yes, sir. I'm listening.
I was saying, so if a person from Yemen, the people of Socotra, those dark-skinned, very dark Arabs, was to draw themselves on the wall 3,000 years ago, and we was able to see them, from a pseudo perspective, we're going to say those are black people because they see dark skin. It's crazy, bro. No, bro. The Natufians was very dark in the Levant, especially in the Epipaleolithic. But I wouldn't classify them as Congoid or black people because they were dark.
Right. You know what? I'm not classifying nobody black. How about that?
Yeah,
make it all easy.
I think black is a specific. When you say black, you know who you're talking about.
No, you don't. Not really. When you say black, you get confused because then you can apply that shit any kind of way you want when you say.
I mean, yeah, I guess maybe colloquially today. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Look, we read the article. I should say people of Oceania is black.
Yeah. Yep. You're right. You're right, y'all.
So I stay away from the European mischaracterization of the people they're seeing based off them not understanding Charles Darwinian evolution. They didn't understand it. It's not until modern times we recognize that there's just not one way to be African.
Yeah.
Right. So that's a modern understanding of it. Back then they was putting like we say El Sudan. Right. It was the blacks. These niggas was extra dark. Definitely darker than the Egyptians was. So I mean that's just study, man. But there's no one way to be African, yo. And I think we at that point now we can recognize that, yo. I think it's important in the study, man. But this was a great show. Where you at?
Hey, Ankh, can I have just a few more minutes?
No.
I'm gone.
Come on, let him rock.
Hey, come on, Ankh. Happy New Year, man.
Happy New Year. No. I let you get a good hour, yo. Come on, bro. You can't be mad at me.
You let me. I provide content, good content.
No, you sleep with shit. Niggas would sleep. I fell asleep. I was snoring. I'm playing.
It's the hijacker.
Yeah.
No, can you just give me please just 2 or 3 minutes?
No. Let me get Sosa in here. I'm gonna let you do last. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks.
Sosa rain. Sosa way, yo. Come on, man. Benny, what's going on, man? Close this out, man.
No, yes, sir, man. It was a pleasure. I'm glad I got a chance to have my conversation with Ngozi. I could scratch that off my list now, man.
Mm-hmm.
Peace, King. Peace,
yes,
brother.
Indeed. Yes, indeed. I just appreciate you guys for having me on. Let me talk.
And Ben, I was professional, right?
No, absolutely. Reggie, man, listen, I have been watching you guys since I was in 11th grade. So I appreciate it, Reggie. I've been watching you since I was in 11th grade. Yes, indeed.
Hey, Ben, you in the server?
Say it again, no?
Are you in the server?
I can't hear you. One more time.
Are you in the Discord? Are you in the Discord?
No.
I'm gonna give you a link.
No, yeah.
I'm gonna take the data again, man. Take the link, yo. Good place to be. The conversation already hot and heavy in there, yo.
Yes, indeed, man.
Reggie and him come out. Yeah, he'll come out, sir.
I'm all over the place.
You never come out, sir.
It's 2020. It's 2026. Come on, man. I'm turning on a new leaf if I can get some time, but I gotta get some money. Yeah. So I'm still waiting. Please, y'all don't let Ankh forget me. He's slick. He's slick, boy. He could be slicker than
I know you've been rocking, yo. You've been rocking, man. I let you rock out.
Yeah, I give good content. I got a chance to talk to Ben. So can I have my 3 minutes?
Where you at? You see the thing in there? Hold on. Let me see if I can get you. Hold on, Ben. I'm gonna do it this way. I think I can. Hold on there, bro.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Reggie, them abos looking for you. They say they about to send you. They say they about to send you the link.
Jabari looking for me.
Oh man,
I got it. Appreciate you, brother.
You got it. Yeah.
All right, brother. Peace and love, brother. Be safe.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. You be safe, brother.
Happy New Year, Ngozi.
Yeah.
Happy New Year's, brother. Peace.
Can I get my
3 minutes?
No, you
ain't got no. I'm ready to go to bed. Yeah. All right. So that's all I wanted to say, Unc. I just go by historical records and archaeology and anthropology. And I don't be going by all them genetics because that change that's like the stock exchange. You gotta look at the new updates every day.
Really, yo? Really?
It's like babies with toast, man. Them things.
Unc, no, you got to stay up to date, man. You can't miss out. You got to stay up to date.
Yeah, and then whole perceptions change over some new information. So the last thing you've been saying for the last 5 years is change While what I'm saying is it still stay the same.
I know that's why it's stupid. You ain't see, you don't know that shit. Do change based off more available. The Bible states. What is that? Listen, check.
Hey, science don't talk in absolutes, bro. Science don't talk in absolutes.
Right, science don't talk in absolutes. So you can expect something to change.
Yeah,
When you say water boils at 112, that's not an absolute. Right? So when water boils at 112, that's not an absolute.
Is the water
warm or see how with them look, man, that's like gravity, yo. That's like the law. There are absolutes, but not everything absolute.
Oh man, he says the field of science, yo, does not speak in terms of absolute. That's what we said, yo. There could be something that we learn about water, yo. We could get a better measuring system to realize. So it may fluctuate. And then we would have to, because it's called science. It's not working out. So we don't say absolute.
My religion better than yours, huh?
What?
That's all fake you talking about, man.
Somebody's mic is open.
Yeah, that's Gideon.
Okay.
It's Gideon. Hey, Gideon done. He done. He made the debate. Reggie, we tired. We gotta go. We 4 hours and a half in here. That's too long.
No, come on, Ankh, man. Dag. Okay. I'm gonna share it. Wait 1 second. Share it. Share. Okay. Share right here. 1 second. It's gonna be quick. I promise. Right here it goes right here. Okay. So in 1965, I think that we were better off in some regards in 1965 than we are here. I'm gonna give you two cases. One case, I'm only gonna play for a minute and then I'm gonna show the other one. So, okay, no. Here goes. No, here goes right here. So in 1965,
the values that were lost.
My name is Eula Mazik, and I'm addressing my question to Mr. Clark. I want to know what happened to the so-called Negro culture in America.
The most tragic destruction of African culture was the destruction of the African culture brought to these shores, brought to America's shores. Now, the first thing they did was to forbid the drum, forbid all African ceremonies.
I just wanted to show Dr. Clark in 65, right? If you've never seen Dr. Clark. But now I want to share, show, and he answers a very important question that maybe Ankh will put on his show at another point, right? So now I want to show you something crazy, right? So I'm gonna share the screen.
No, that was cool, Reggie. I like that.
This is live on okay, so we're cancel. Let me just bring it up. This one right here. Now, we know about Gil Noble and Tony Brown, but we don't know about Ozzie Davis, right? 1 second, I'm gonna share it. We don't know about Ozzie Davis. Ozzie Davis, I could say, might have been better than in 65 than a lot of the people that came later. So let me go share the screen. Now listen to this, y'all. Watch this. How did we miss this? Okay. Okay. You should be able to hear it. Now listen to this.
It is here, in this forbidding other world, that what may be the remains of the first.
Hey, Reg, you can't play music, yo. What you doing? No music. No music, bro. What is that? What is that? No. Yeah, Reggie going all out. Man, listen,
man. Fell asleep mid-presentation? What's going on?
Nah, nigga.
Reggie out. Man, shalom to y'all, brothers. Thanks for letting me on, Unc, man. Peace to the man.
Peace.
Shalom.
Peace, brother. Peace.
All right, Benny, you got that link, man. Join that server, yo.
Yes, sir. I'm going to do it now, man. Peace to you guys. And y'all have a good night.
Bobby Banger thing, man. Listen, I'm your host. Bobby Banger, man. It was a great show, man. How do we transfer knowledge to the young black man, man? Man, I'm your host, Bobby Banger. Like and subscribe, man. Appreciate all y'all support, man. Appreciate the cash apps that came in today, man. Appreciating all that support, man. Man. Flim Flam, man. Appreciate that support. It's a good one, man. Yeah, Mr. Eaton, man. Appreciate that support, man. Man, y'all know what it is around here, man. I'm your host, Bobby Banger. Man, make sure y'all support that debate league right there, man. Good people's right there, man. Big up to all the barbarians, man. And y'all know the super big up to the community skeptics and the pseudo killers. And with that, man, we out. Never forget,